There will be no re-oils today. I think we have enough volume out there that it should very easily hold up throughout the day.
Unless he put the house shut.
Unless he pushed the wrong button, but I'm very confident Kurt did not push the wrong button. If you are one of the higher seeded players, we will have 21 through 24 turned on for you guys so you guys can get loose. Only the first round will have 10 minutes of warm-up. Every round after that, you guys will get 2 shots on each lane, and then we'll be going right into the matches. Every round will always be your highest seed available versus your lowest seed available. So we will not ideally know who your matches are for the higher seeded players coming in until each round matches completes. You can kind of score watch and get ideas. And if you would like to do that, just so you guys know what pairs you'll be going to, the winner of each match will always move 1 pair to the right, with 15 and 16 going down to 1 and 2. So the winner of the match on 1 and 2 will then go to 3 and 4. The winner of 3 and 4 will then go to 5 and 6, and so on. All right, guys, we're going to get you started on 10 minutes of warm-up. Good luck.
didn't make the position.
I broke even on this tournament.
Did you really? That's probably a good thing. Did you get my link?
I did. I haven't opened it yet.
Okay. They're not nothing fabulous. Especially the 360 ones is a little different.
I'll look at it.
You remember, you take the mouse over and down the left key, and you can move the.
Okay.
It's like you're controlling the camera. It's kind of neat.
Yeah, nice.
I took a lot of stuff in Athens and Exos 360 video. It takes forever to upload because it's all 6K. And it takes forever. 2-minute clip that I've got, I just made a round. I started here, walked around, around back. That 2-minute clip took 35 minutes.
Oh my God.
Because it's like,
It's a huge file.
oh, it's like 3 days for 2 minutes. Yeah, it's like I say, it's 6K. Because you have to do all of the video.
Yeah.
So what's it? Is it 2 spots?
So these 16 guys bowl 3 matches. The 8 winners will bowl the 8 people that got 1 round by. And then those 8 matches will have 8 winners that'll bowl the 8 people that got 2 rounds. And then we'll be down. Then they're doing 16. It's just a straight bracket.
Okay. That all today?
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Today.
That's busy. You know, it completely shocks me that not more people from the community. I just don't understand. This is really happening no more. I mean, people that go to nationals.
I know. I was careful again. I didn't know I could just go full. You just bump the hell out of it. You know how much the community hates when you're holding something that's a meeting outside or something. So I want to be careful. Yeah. Well, it's
Not
not
the
a
good
good
rollers. People come to see somebody bowl a 290. They won't come to see somebody bowl a 90.
Speaking of the guy at bowling on 8 last night shot 300.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Ball return on 1 and 2. Ball return on 1 and 2.
Wow.
Amazing.
On this condition?
Yeah.
On this mud that you threw out?
I couldn't believe it.
You know, you could have taken just one of those lawn sprayers and just went back and forth this way.
Could have been the same. Most of his job is like being a mayor.
bowlers, please hold up on your warm-up. Once again, if you guys are one of the higher seeds, we will get 21 through 24 turned on for you guys so you guys can get loose. And if you guys were not here during the original announcements, the winners of these matches will each move one pair to the right if you're trying to determine who you're going to be bowling against. Every round will be the highest seed versus the lowest seed available. And you guys that are in these current matches, if you need to reverse arrows because of your strategy of who wants to start and finish on what lane, that is up to you guys. Good luck.
Whatever you'd like to do. Good. Okay. Sounds good. Yep.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Lakeview Lanes. Since he's sitting nearby, make sure I thank him so he can hear me. Mike Dermeyer. Thank you, Mike. The director of bowling here at not only Lakeview, but the area here in Sun City for bowling. Does a wonderful job. Has helped me tremendously over these couple of years here, getting acquainted with the facilities as we begin match play. Here again at Lakeview Lanes in Sun City, Arizona. Emil Williams Jr. here with you. Theo Duthe will join me in a little bit. We've got 8 matches. Those who were seeded 17th through 32nd. Well, look at that. My wife is watching this morning. She must have got that notification because she subscribes to Boldstream TV. Means my kids are watching too. Hi, Enzo. Hi, Trey. Good morning, Shanice. Love you. Eight matches on 1 and 2. The 17th seeded Anthony Chin versus the 32nd seed Brandon Knapp. And for those of you who stayed up late last night, which many of you did for some strange reason, Brandon Knapp and Christine Johnston tied for the final spot in the Desperado at plus 18. And Brandon Knapp ended up winning in the roll-off, so he advanced into the bracket. And he's down again taking on Anthony Chin. Ben Perry, the 18th seed, is taking on the 31st seeded Brian Bledsoe. That is happening on 15 and 16. That is one match we do not have access to. The 19th seed Kyle King taking on the 30th seed Tim Eichhorn, who made it through the Desperado squad last night. Matt Zweig taking on Kyle Duster. That's a matchup of good friends there. You hate to see a good friend in a match play bracket. But that's what we got in the opening round. Kyle also advanced through to the from the Desperado, excuse me. He led it. Brett Wolf, former USBC Masters champion, taking on Felipe Espriu on 9 and 10. That's 21 versus 28 regarding seeds. Jason Lowry taking on Ron Schloss here on 7 and 8. Jason, the 22nd seed, Ron, the 27th seed. Ron also advanced via a roll-off in his squad yesterday for the final or 7th spot in the, I believe it was the 1230 squad, if my memory is correct. Dylan Taylor versus Ryan Howard. 23rd seed versus the 26th seed. That's on 11 and 12. Brian Halen taking on, of course, Cortez Schenk. 24 versus 25. Another matchup of good buddies here on 5 and 6. So I'll keep you as updated as possible on what's happening with 13, 14, 15, and 16. Thanks to Mike Dermeyer, who is next door, and we'll be feeding updates for matches. 3 games, total pins. So patience is a virtue. Got to give an early shout out to Jason Lowry, who shot 300 last night during the 6 p.m. squad in the final game to go from -88 to +12 to advance this match play bracket. Still incredible stuff. Good morning again, PB Wizard Brett. Thanks for all the kind words. Very much appreciated as always. Red is here, Steph Sell is here, Slim Jinsey is here, Steve Decker. Hello, Steve. Kyle Duster, Tim Eichhorn, Brian Bledsoe, and Brandon Knapp were the 4 players advancing from the Desperado squad. They are seeds 29th through 32nd, respectively. Uh-oh. How's everyone doing this morning? Cortez Shank, the strike here in the 4th. Ron Schloss and Jason Lowry. It's wild again. Ron Schloss advanced through a roll-off. Jason Lowry advanced by shooting 300 in Game 8. For the 2nd consecutive year, we've had a roll-off in the Desperado squad. First 300 of the 2-year tournament history. Hello to Mary, by the way, too. And it's Lisa Zweig watching. Just past the 8 o'clock hour local time here, or Pacific if you just want to hone in on your time zones. Brett Wolf and Felipe Espriu. Again, Dylan Taylor, Ryan Howard on 9 through 12. Take a look at that one as it gets interesting. Same thing with lanes 1 through 4. I was talking to Jason a little bit this morning, also overhearing some of his conversations. Many of his fellow peers, congratulating him on his 300 game last night. And again, after his just brutal start with the minus 155 for 4, he pulled out a ball that, didn't anticipate using. It was like basically, he had nothing to lose, so he might as well try it. And it ended up being the ball. This might actually be the ball. He got some hold there. If you happen to be just joining us maybe for the first time and you're unfamiliar with what the players have been competing on, and boy, it's been a doozy. There it is again. 42 feet, 35 mils. With the majority, again, of the players. Maybe not the majority, but a very good portion. It would certainly be more than half. So the majority is probably a good use of the word. Playing out, but you never quite know what you're going to get in match play. There was plenty of surface this morning. The players obviously trying to set up some pairs to their favor. give shout out to Ryan Howard. Talking about big games in game 8. Not quite 300, but he did shoot 256. His squad to advance, and which was C squad in the afternoon. Jason Lowry shot 300 last night during D squad in game 8 to advance. Then of course the Desperado. There are players with 2 round buys and 1 round buys. Those with the 1 round buys will be joining us following the conclusion of these first round matches. And those higher seeds, many of them are already here. Warm-up pairs down on the high end for those players to get warmed up. Misses the head pin left here. Ryan Halen, I learned, has moved to Arizona last year. Originally from South Carolina. Making his way through the PBA ranks, starting to see some success, not only nationally, but in other high-level events. Or McKendree University standout. And taking on good friend Cortez Shank. And Tez, all of the above too, making his way through the PBA Tour ranks. West Region, I believe, Rookie of the Year. Made a show at the Players Championship last year, or 2 years ago. One or the other. Former U.S. Amateur Champion. Junior Team, Adult Team USA. And right now also the reigning New Mexico Open champion, which he won last year. Good shot. Ted's so talented. One also not afraid to, if he doesn't see what he likes, not afraid to make something change or make something happen immediately. I mean, you can see him playing in 15, 16-ish, right? But he can be like, let's go play 3, and then just make it look as good, or if not better. What do you guys think? What are you thinking from match play here? What are you guys thinking might happen? What do you anticipate or maybe expect? Because I think any thoughts or expectations from me gone out the window after what I watched yesterday. I tell you, if we can get to the equivalent of games 7 and 8, it's going to be much different, obviously, with match play, less traffic, but players trying to take advantage and setting up pairs again in their favor in a one-on-one scenario. But games 7 and 8 were in every squad. I didn't get a chance to go back and look at the numbers, but highest scoring games by far, I have to believe. Many took advantage of game 7 and 8, like Dylan Taylor. I think he went 230, 240 to get into the top 7 in his squad. Brianna Cote had a dynamite back 4 to advance. Ron with a 3-bagger. Quick side note, but don't forget the every squad is available on the Bullstream TV YouTube channel, so it is archived, and so you can go back and watch any of those squads. I'll be clipping out Jason Lowry's moment as well, but you can check all of those things, everything CBE 10K Cactus Classic related, both this year and last year, in the CBE 10K Cactus Classic playlist. Jazzy J, yeah. That's what Cortez can do for you, man. And Brian Halen as well, like two of certainly some of the best young players. Been waiting for some carry on that left lane, obviously. 7 pins. I talked to my guy Ari Wilson last night, and he left, I believe he said 6-7 pins in game 8. He ended up shooting 188, and obviously gave a few pins back. And coupled with what Jason Lowry had done, you know, some of those 7 pins cost Ari an opportunity to be bowling this morning. High flush there for Cortez. The double look to make sure the 7 pin was not viable. Cortez is wild, man. 214 Cortez. Halen can max at 247. Got a nice little cushion to start game 1. But if you're familiar with this format, and if you've watched the Masters or if you've watched the USBC Queens or any other event, but those are the 2 most notable that carry the 3-game total pinfall format, you know that patience is very important in these matches, much like the 8-game blocks of qualifying that the players have been going through, because a ton of stuff can take place in a 3-game match. Ball reaction can look good or even great to start game 1, and as the match continues on, it can go from great to good to suspect in a hurry. And then on the flip side, someone's ball reaction can do the opposite. Suspect, bad, good, decent, and sometimes it ends up being just enough, just good enough to come back and win a match. .224 for Halen. Brandon Knapp shot 167 over there down on lane 1. Looks like 201 for Anthony Chin.
What is the? It's YouTube and it's full stream TV. Thank you.
On Sloss, big 244. Opens up a nice lead early. There is one difference. I was talking about the Masters and the Queens. The format, obviously, for match play, the same, but this is a single elimination tournament. So if you lose early, that's it. Desperado and Brett Wolf. A couple of great first games, 235, 225 respectively, with Desperado with an early 10-pin advantage. Felipe actually was one of those players too during last night's squad as well. He shot 231 in game 8. That got him to, I believe, plus a little bit, but enough to get him into the top 7. Kyle King, slow start, 166. And Tim Eichhorn with a first strike in the 10th frame. You saw on the left side of your screen, he can get to 191. Oh. Boy, it's a struggle down there between Dylan Taylor and Ryan Howard. Dylan got 98 in the 7th. Did strike in the 8th. Looks like he left a 10-pin in the 9th. Ryan Howard can max at 195. Matt Zweig versus Kyle Duster. Kyle looks like maybe he can get into the 2-0s. Zweig can max, I believe, at 196 early. Oh, okay. Jason Lowry with a nice break. Oh, I got you, Clash. Let's do that. I'm very curious to watch the see what Dylan Taylor's going to do here. Let me get Ron Schloss one more for a moment. Mike Dermeyer's provided some updates, a split there for Mr. Schloss. Clash, is there someone too in particular you might be looking for? I'm just asking so I can maybe keep an extra eye out. Ooh, starting to get interesting on this left lane here for Brian Halen. You can see, how about that? Nearly made it. Let's check out just to the right. You see Matt Zweig carry striking the first one in the 10th. So Zweig now can get to 186. He's spared in the 9th. Ryan Howard just missed the headpin right. So that max is now 181. And there you see Dylan Taylor. And his score. So besides Brett, Felipe, Ron Schloss, actually, yeah, Halen, Schenk, Schloss, Brett Wolf, Felipe Espriu. Looks like maybe the only 200 games so far on the fresh. Jason Lowry is starting to get lined up. Got to give a lot of credit to mention Ryan Howard shooting 250 to get himself into the and his squad's automatic bid, the top 7. He also noticed a score discrepancy when we had the standings on screen. And he sent Theo a message and said that his score was entered improperly. In fact, it was one game, it was 10 pins higher than it should have been. It was like 190, and it should have been 180. And he called Theo and let him know. And thankfully, it did not affect his standing or anyone else's. He still was in the same spot that he would have been in, or that he originally was in. But I got to give him a lot of credit for his honesty there. Ron unable to carry the 7. The 7 pin looks to be the one maybe today, or at least this morning, for a few players. See Zweig on the right of your screen. He just spared the 124. That gets him to 176. He's going to be trailing in the match to Kyle Duster, but not by much. Brett Wolf. Wolf 9 spare double, and now looking at another 9 spare. Dylan Taylor, the 2021 New Mexico Open champion. The unique style and delivery. He's going to be in the 150s to start. He's going to trail Ryan Howard after game number 1. Kyle Duster just doubled there to the right. So Duster can get to 206. Brett Wolf clean through 6, but he trailed coming into game 2. 10 pins to Felipe Espriu, but Wolf now has taken the lead in the overall match for the moment. Espriu re-entered last night and advanced. He was really close to advancing in this first squad he bowled on Friday afternoon. He was in the top 7 for what felt like 4 or 5 of the 8 games. Had a question on re-oils I just saw from Steve. There is no re-oil today. No re-oils with that 35 mils out there. Which to me, they will, all intents and purposes, and it will depend on the pair, obviously. But I think it's dependent on the pair in every qualifying squad we've seen. But when we get to game 7 and 8, whatever the equivalent of that might be today, they could get very favorable for someone or a few people, for that matter. A couple of match score updates for you here. So Anthony Chin, again after 1, leads Brandon Knapp 201 to 167. In fact, let's do this. I'm sorry, Anthony Chin. Anthony Chin leads Brandon Knapp 201 to 167. Ben Perry leads Brian Bledsoe 211, 190 or 188. Tim Eichhorn leads Kyle King after 189, 166. Again, 3-game total pinfall matches. Kyle Dustard leads Matt Zweig 205, 176. Again, Felipe Espriu leads Brett Wolf after 235 to 225. Ron Schloss, we'll get back to that one in a minute. Leads Jason Lowry 244 to 192. Ryan Howard with the early advantage over Dylan Taylor 181 to 158. And of course Brian Halen had a 10-pin advantage after 1 over Cortez Schenk 224 to 214. Schloss just carried some stuff here. I'm going to take you back over there in a moment. Espriu now with a washout. Taylor, Howard, that match in its early stages. Zweig, Duster, same thing. So we'll go back here. Halen and Schenk, Lowry and Schloss. Looks like they're going to be done relatively quickly in the grand scheme of things here. Espriu did make that spare, but Brett Wolf with a 3-bagger. And he's going to step up and finish game 2. I'll let you see that one in a minute. And Lowry with trouble 2, 4, 8, 10. It's been the left lane blues for Brian Halen. Cortez Schenk couldn't carry a 7-pin on that lane in game 1, but take 7 pins over splits, certainly. Kyle King is struggling with ball reaction on 3 and 4, and Tim Eichhorn has started with the front 5, 8 spare, and trying to open up a big lead on Kyle King. Lowry, can he make it? Oh, Jason Lowry. He's back to being Mike Lowry again. Brett Wolf just struck again. Oh, goodness gracious, Brett Wolf. Wow. Well, that puts him in the 240s. Just brutal 8-pin there. Good morning, Marlon Brown. Thanks again, my friend. Good to see you again. Happy to see you out there bowling. All right, Brian Halen gets to 201. Again, Wolf 247, game 2. As Ryu does strike on the first shot in the 10th frame. He can get to 212, and he's going to need every bit of it to make this thing, or keep it as close as possible. Big spare there for Ron. Jason Lowry's got some momentum. If you can't hear audio, folks, just raise your hand. Gremlins do come out in the mornings, folks, when they know it's the last day of a broadcast. I already saw one partial gremlin earlier. I'm like, oh, Lord, gremlins. Just leave me alone. But we prayed about it. We said, nope. No gremlins formed against me shall prosper. Cortez gets to 235. Now 449 to 425. Shank in the lead. As Ryu gets to 201. And he now trails Wolf 472 to 436. Oh, that's a nice break, especially when you haven't got many. Hold on, Jason Lowry. Oh, man. We're all on the Jason Lowry roller coaster ride. I was talking about roller coasters earlier in the weekend, the broadcast. We're fully on board. Jason Lowry has, strapped us down in the harnesses, and wherever he's going, we're just all on board. So the first matches that are going to be done here are 5 and 6 and 9 and 10. We'll probably end up turning to 11, 12, 13, and 14 because they won't be done certainly ahead of the pace on 9 and 10. So you'll be able to see Matt Zweig at the end of I'll probably say in 15 minutes or so. That's a good shot. Yep. One more that puts him in the 230s. Clashing. All right, I like your pick, Clashing. He's already in it. We got one pick of Brett Wolf. Roland Franklin said Joe Grondin was his pick. I remember that. Tim Eichhorn. He's got a chance to really put the hammer down here against Kyle King. What a shot there from Lowry. So let's see what we got in Tim Eichhorn. Get an update on is that 399, 327? Oh my guy Mike. It's just Tim Eichhorn on your left there. Oh, all right. Spare gets him to spare strike, excuse me, gets him to 238. And Kyle King again looking for something consistent regarding ball reaction. Back over to Schloss here, 10th frame. All right, Eichhorn makes it next door. Strike will put him at 238. Brandon Nappich trailing in his match against Anthony Chen, 399 to 327 down there on 1 and 2. Brett Wolf started with an open on 9 and 10. Felipe Espriu has gone spare to open up game 3 of their match. If you are just joining us, again, CBE 10K Cactus Classic match play. 32 players have advanced. We are watching 8 matches between seeds 17 through 32 as we open up essentially what is the first round of match play. The rest of the field either received a 2-round bye or a 1-round bye based on their finishes in their respective squads. So those with a 1-round bye will be hitting the lanes following the conclusion of these matches. And those players are actually down on the high end getting warmed up on the warm-up pairs. Lane condition, I'll show you that in 1 second. Xavier, right after the Cortez shank shot here. Schloss now slim lead, 437 to 419. There's the lane condition. And 42 feet with 35 mils. It has been a difficult pattern nonetheless. We saw some interesting things though throughout qualifying. through each qualifying squad. Games 7 and 8 really produced some opportunities for score, and many were able to take advantage of that. Some, like Jason Lowry, got themselves into the cut. Same thing with Ryan Howard. Brianna Cote had a nice back four. Matt Zweig did the same thing in his opening squad. Kyle King shot 168. That is back-to-back 160 games for Kyle King. Boy, he looked really good last year, but right now he is in some trouble. Brian Halen trying to make the comeback here, did not stick the landing. He trails by 24 pins. A couple of marks. Just lost with the ball change. He's got a very slim lead of 18 pins. That's what I said too, Marlon. Really with anything that difficult. But when you can miss right, you know, by an inch or board, and even if you've thrown a good shot, again, that inch or board, of course, plays a significant role. A lot of 3 counts. I mean, just an exuberant amount of washouts, super washouts. Certainly, Schloss with a nice break.
Thank goodness.
I would say this is the type of event where you feel like you wouldn't want to come out to this one not feeling sharp. I would say that. Theo certainly would love for you to bowl this tournament, but if you aren't feeling sharp, like you need to be feeling pretty solid, I think, about your game. Every now and then you can, you know, some folks be like, man, I haven't bowled in a while, but you know what? I'm just going to bowl and see what happens. No expectations, and you end up bowling well because you're not really thinking about it, if you will, if that makes sense. But, yeah, execution had to be on point this week. Spare shooting was very important. And we saw a lot of missed spares. Some certainly were misses, and I think some of them were the result of just how frustrating trying to strike was. So the Wolf Espriu match again and the Halen Shank match are going about the same pace. All the matches from 11 through 16 are just finishing up game number 2. Denise is rooting for Felipe. All right. Let's take a quick look over there. He is trailing in his match. Ben Perry leads Brian Bledsoe down on 15 and 16 by 21 pins, 421 to 400. Again, 423 to 334. Eichhorn leading Kyle King. Shank crossing over. Jazzy J, yes, that is correct. It is a 24 pin lead for Cortez Shank. All those match updates are after 2 games. And again, 11 and 12, 13 and 14. Just getting into the 10th frame of game 2. Schloss, bang. Ron trying to close this one out and advance. Brett Wolf trying to stave off a potential comeback situation from Felipe Espriu. Oh, okay. Hi, Denise. Good call, Steve Decker. I did learn that Felipe, I believe, lives in Tucson. I think I heard that this morning. We were talking about Tucson bowling and bowling in other areas. Big shot there for Lowry in the 4th. Here is Felipe. Working on a double. Using something with some shine to it. I've seen a lot of players do that. Again, now match play presents some different things. He's also on a pair again by himself, right? He's bowling Brett Wolf, who is left-handed. And so he literally could set that pair up the way he would have wanted or preferred. It's getting interesting here with Shank and Halen. Get you back there in a moment. Big shot for Espriu. And used a different ball on that left lane. Looks like maybe using 2 different balls. There's a pitch out there on the right side. There's that super washout we were talking about. And if you just miss it ever so slightly, man, whether you missed it at the bottom, whether you missed it target-wise, left, right, it doesn't matter. Paying this the ultimate penalty. It's weird to say that if you left a 1-2-4, 1-2-4-7 even as a righty, you were happy with that because, you know, maybe you felt that you could make it better. Now, I'm sure some people feel like they can make a super washout easier than a 1-2-4-7. Espriu now, that's a huge open there late. They'll need some more help here from Brett Wolf. Shank, meanwhile, strikes in the 7th. Again, leading, or came into this one, excuse me, leading by 24. Pitch out there from Schloss. His run ends at 4, but still in great shape. Back over to Brett Wolf. Dylan Taylor shot 201. Ryan Howard's going to get to 205 with a strike here. Game 2. Looks like he did carry the 410 there. So he shoots 205. I'll get you the updated total there on that match. Uh-oh, hold on, Ron. Hold on, Ron. Thanks, Mike. Updated tallies. All right, so Kyle Duster, boy, leads Matt Zweig 447 to 325. All right, Ron Schloss just missed, I believe it was a 158 to the left of your screen there. We're watching Brett Wolf. Will he get a break? No. I think I've got all of the matches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, everything is now updated through 2 in the chat. Uh-oh, Cortez. Oh, my. Espriu just struck. Let's take you over there. So here's the situation for Espriu. Felipe's max is 657. That's if he shoots 221 here. That would mean Brett Wolf would just need 3 pins. So stay behind the foul line for Brett Wolf, and that's if Felipe throws all 3 in the 10th. That 8th frame was the one for Felipe. Dylan Taylor is trailing against Ryan Howard. We'll get a chance to kind of watch that match almost in its entirety, at least game 3 here in a moment. And that's going to do it for Felipe. Did not strike there, and Brett Wolf is going to advance. There's a shot of Ryan Howard before we get you back to Shank and Halen. Good shot there for Ryan to start. Lowry hits the 3-6. Shank, 10th frame. 3-6-9-10. Again, he led by 24 pins. So now Cortez, the best he can do is 198. So that's that would be 647 if he's able to spare this and strike. Ryan Halen still needed 220 at that point now. If Cortez does not make this. That puts him at 636. And we could have a tie potentially. Shank has to make this to advance. And there it is. If Cortez would have gotten 3, Ryan Halen could have struck out to tie. Had Tez gotten 2 or worse, Halen could have struck out to win. Great run by Felipe Espriu. It was nice to talk to him. Loved his spirit. He bowled really well on Friday afternoon and just missed the number. Came back last night, did what he had to do late, game 8, shot 231 to advance. And faced a very tough opponent, obviously, in Brett Wolf. Cortez Shank officially in the books at 647. And that is enough to, again, defeat Brian Halen. So we got our first 2 advancers, Brett Wolf and Cortez Shank, on to the next round. Brett now trying some things. After this match is complete, I will go adjust that camera down there and get you as much of Dylan, Ryan, Zweig, and Duster as we can. Ron Schloss.
Very nice of you. Funny but hurtful.
Brett on the purple. Official tally there for Brett Wolf is 220. 692. Brett Wolf. Lowry. All right, so max scores here for Jason. 206. That's just a, you ever heard the term tough draw? Maybe even brutal draw. Halen and Shank to face each other in the first round. It's a match you'd love to see kind of later in the tournament. But that's the one thing you like love to hate about match play, because you'd love the bracket, but it's going to always present some challenges in regarding matches and friends and et cetera and so forth. Well, with that non-strike there, speaking of 1, 2, 4, 7s, there they go. All right, Ron Schloss is going to advance. Other finals, Anthony Chin defeats Brandon Knapp. Let me go so I can get the top of that scoreboard a little better. All right, the official tally there, 653 to 605. All right, Cortez Shank has advanced. Ron Schloss has advanced. Brett Wolf has advanced. Anthony Chin has advanced. 573. 578 for Anthony Chin. Brandon Knapp, 508. And our final matches, as best as we can get them to you. What did I keep happening? There we go. So that's Matt Zweig there to the right. And Matt did not see the lanes just based on game 2. He went 176, 149. And Duster had a commanding lead over him. 122 pins. But Dylan Taylor and Ryan Howard. Now this match is only separated by 27 pins, so this one is far from over. Cannot get a good eye on 15 and 16, so we'll have to wait on the update. But I can see what's happening and update you as best as I can. That's Kyle Duster. 4 through the middle, but he's not in a position that is going to hurt him. He will be moving on.
Excuse me? They have one buried for me.
All right, Dylan Taylor, as always, got a nice fan base watching him. Again, so important note, as the seeds move on over here, and basically seeds 9 through 16. Those seeds were determined by qualifying totals. So the highest seed that will come over, which is Chris Silva, he's the 9th seed. He will bowl the lowest remaining seed. So Silva is either going to bowl Tim Eichhorn or Brian Bledsoe. If Bledsoe advances, it'll be Silva and Eichhorn, or Bledsoe, excuse me. If Eichhorn or Bledsoe does not advance, Eichhorn will face Chris Silva, and so on and so forth. Dylan Taylor with the open in the 7th. Let's just max down to this game at 223. I will update you though, Ivan, on what is happening on 15 and 16. Brian Bledsoe just washed out. He's got the slow walk back as if to say that that might have been it, but I will confirm for you in a second. Ryan Howard, meanwhile, on 126 in the 6th, strike in the 7th. And now looks like a 10 pin to deal with from this angle. Or a 6 pin. Ben Perry just finished up too. It's hard to tell who's winning that match. All right, I got confirmation that Ben Perry will advance. All right, Ben Perry defeated Brian Bledsoe 613 to 552. It was a big miss from Ryan Howard. That drops that max to 214. Howard, who was in the lead, the max at 600. Dylan Taylor trying to make it interesting. A double will certainly do that. The best Dylan can do is 552. He's going to need some help, and a lot of it from Ryan Howard, who still is in control here. He already has 540, so he would need to go open. We've seen crazier things happen in match play. He would need to go open for Dylan to really have a legitimate chance, excuse me. Oof. Good shot out of trouble. The official tally now, Duster defeats Zweig 608 to 459. Oh, my bad. I was looking at Dylan Taylor's score all wrong. Dylan Taylor's got 220 left. Oh, Dylan Taylor can handle this thing. My apologies. I thought he was at 190. That changes the game right there. Let's recalculate. So 192. So that's 578 if we go spare strike here for Ryan Howard. means Dylan Taylor's magic number will be 220. So Dylan's going to need a double. Oh my. Let me double check and confirm totals here. All right, Dylan Taylor needs the first one in the 10th. 567 was Ryan Howard's final total. If he went spare strike there, he would have forced Dylan the double. Seen Taylor do these things before. Bang, there it is. Channeling the New Mexico Open from 2 years ago. Dylan Taylor strikes again. Literally and figuratively. Boy, Ryan Howard, who shot 256 to make it into the match play bracket in his final game of qualifying yesterday. Unfortunately, missed a single pin and what looked to be a 1-2. Both on the left lane in frames 8 and 10 to allow Dylan this opportunity here to take it in the 10th frame. How about that? Still needed appropriate count. John Willock. Oh, John, that was great. All right, Dylan does it. 571 to 567. Dylan Taylor will advance after defeating Ryan Howard. So, your advancers: Anthony Chin, Ben Perry, Tim Eichhorn, Kyle Duster, Brett Wolf, Ron Schloss, Dylan Taylor, Cortez Schenk. We'll have some new lanes and assignments, of course, for these matches to take place. So there will be just a few minutes. We'll hear the voice of Theo Duthay here in just a second. Get that all situated. Should be about, I'm going to say 10 minutes, perhaps. Yeah, I'm going to say 10 minutes.
That wraps up
Oh, there's Theo.
Your winners, we have Anthony Chin defeating Brandon Knapp, Ben Perry taking down Brian Bledsoe, Tim Eichhorn defeating Kyle King, Kyle Duster defeated Matt Zweig, Brett Wolf defeated Felipe Esprue, Ron Schloss defeated Jason Lowry, Dylan Taylor defeated Ryan Howard, and Cortez Schenk defeated Brian Halen. Your next round matches on 5 and 6 will be number 9 versus number 30, Chris Silva and Tim Eichhorn. On 15 and 16, 10-seeded D-Ron Booker against 29-seed Kyle Duster. On 9 and 10, 11-seed Bob Wiley against 27-seed Ron Schloss. On on 7 and 8, 12 seed Jack Sullivan against 25 seed Cortez Schenk. 13 and 14, 13 seed Michael Haugen against 23 seed Dylan Taylor. On 11 and 12, 14 seed Andrew Kane against 21 seed Brett Wolf. 1 and 2, 15 seed Mark Missoula against 18 seed Ben Perry. And finally on 3 and 4, 16 seed Wyatt Trzowski against the 17 seed Anthony Chin. You guys will each get 2 shots on each lane. The higher seed will get choice if you guys need to reverse arrows. When you guys are ready to start.
Oh, we're starting.
Go right on into your matches as soon as you guys are done with.
You don't need any. Don't need any 10 minutes. We're going on to the next round.
The winners of all these matches, once again, will move 1 pair to the right, with 15 and 16 going down to 1 and 2.
So each player will get a couple of shots, I believe, on each lane.
And those of you that were eliminated that round, give me just a couple minutes to get everything entered into my computer, and then I'll be ready to write checks and pay you guys out.
All right, so I'll get you all of the updated matches here in just a second. But we are on the round number 2. As you can see, Chris Silva, Tim Eichhorn, Jack Sullivan, Cortez Schenk, that's 5 and 6, 7 and 8. Then on 1 and 2, Mark Missoula. Ben Perry. 3 and 4, Anthony Chin, Sean Wyatt Trzowski, Bob Wiley, and Ron Schloss. On 9 and 10, 11 and 12. How about this matchup? Andrew Kane versus Brett Wolf. Again, it's what you get in the match play bracket, right? You just don't know. You just don't know. Another matchup of great friends. Champions together. I know they've won a ton of things together, and now they get to bowl one another here. Dylan Taylor's going to take on Michael Haugen Jr. D-Ron Booker will face Kyle Duster down on 15 and 16. Back in a moment here on Bowl Stream TV.
Once you guys have all finished, please give me a thumbs up so we know to unpause your bowling. you, Ron. You guys just have. All right, we all good down there? All right, good to go, Mike. Your names will be coming up momentarily. Once again, if you are the higher seed and you would like to reverse the arrows, you are more than welcome to. If that plays into your strategy. Thank you. Players eliminated the first round. You are more than welcome to come collect.
He's updating names. You guys can go ahead and start the higher season.
Oh, I did miss somebody. Who's on 7? You guys don't have arrows? I'll get their names in. You put their names in.
Okay. All right, looks like we've got, try to get some stuff situated over there. 9 and 12 was not ready to go, but it is now. We'll take a look at Andrew Kane and Brett Wolf to start here. So Kane and Wolf. Also in this group, Michael Haugen Jr. and Dylan Taylor. Oh, I'm sorry. Bob Wiley and Ron Schloss on 9 and 10. To the right on 13 and 14 is Michael Haugen and Dylan Taylor. Then down on 15 and 16, Deron Booker and Kyle Duster. The top 8 seeds are in the building, and they are down on the high end getting warmed up. Chris Silva taking on Tim Eichhorn on 5 and 6. Cortez Schenk, Jack Sullivan on 7 and 8. Sean Wyatt Trzaskowski and Anthony Chin on 3 and 4. Ben Perry and Mark Mazzulla down on 1 and 2. Oh, rare single pin miss there for Brett Wolf. So first open for Brett. That's a good matchup of two really good players. Well, both of these matchups, Wiley and Schloss, Kane and Wolf. And that's the battle, of course, of lefties. And so, of course, both players could be feeling it from a transition perspective. Now, I believe, Dylan Taylor was on 11 and 12, right? Yeah, Dylan and Ryan Howard. So that pair for both Andrew and Brett is a fresh pair from the left side. Tim Eichhorn is also left-handed. So in this round, he is now the third lefty competing. And speaking of Tim, good shot there off camera on 5 and 6. Quality shot there from Ron Schloss. If you are just joining us, this is now round number 2 of match play. We've had some eliminations here from round 1. Eliminated players: Brandon Knapp, lost to Anthony Chin. Brian Bledsoe fell to Ben Perry. Kyle King fell to Tim Eichhorn. Matt Zweig fell to Kyle Duster. Felipe Espriu fell to Brett Wolf. Ron Schloss fell to Jason Lowry. Dylan Taylor, I'm sorry, Ryan Howard. No. Jason Lowry fell to Ron Schloss, excuse me. Ryan Howard fell or lost to Dylan Taylor, and Brian Halen lost to Cortez Schenk. Those were your players who are eliminated. 3-game total pinfall, single elimination match play bracket. Take you over to 5 through 8 in a little bit. good group here of players, and obviously as we get further along, we start to see these top 8 seeds. This top 8 too is really good, right? Michael Fitzgerald, the #1 overall seed, he went plus 201. His qualifying block at 7 a.m. yesterday, followed by Robbie Patterson, who got to plus 134 last night at the 6 p.m. Shot 289, 240, 7, I believe, the last couple of games. Jacob Buttriff was the leader at the A squad way back on Friday afternoon. David Haynes advanced, Joe Grondin, Derek Acuff, Brianna Cote, and Greg Thompson Jr. Those are your top 8 seeds. We will see them on the lanes next. Okay, sorry about that, folks. I had a question. Okay. Mark Mazzulla right now is up 20, but it's early in game one. I don't even like to give leads during a game one in a 3-game total pinfall match. But Ben Perry is right there with Mark. Steve Decker. You know, I don't know what Anthony Chin was throwing, because he was throwing your thing yesterday, but that was during qualifying. And I'm talking about specifically for righties. Oof. All right, Brett's out of trouble. Looking at 2-0, possible first game. Andrew Kane can get into the 2 teens. Tim Eichhorn is, he's looked pretty good today. Might be somebody you need to keep an eye on. See how he might finish this match against Chris Silva. Andrew Kane. 3-pin. Let's move over to 5 through 8 for a minute. Check in on Shank, Sullivan, Eichhorn, and Silva. Get 42 feet, 35 mils, no re-oils. So the seeds 9 through 16. Essentially entering here on the burn. Say 3-game total pinfall match though. Same thing for the top 8 seeds when they enter. I'm curious to see where like GT2 will play the lanes, as he really was playing the gutter during qualifying. And from the righties perspective, there haven't been a ton that have been as far right as he was playing in match play to this point. Jack asking that one to get up the hill. See his motions with his arm there on what he did to the bowling ball at the bottom. Andrew did strike the first one in the 10th. He can get to 190. Low scoring match between Schloss and Wiley here in game number 1. Schloss with the early advantage. Ben Perry trailing by a little bit here. Let's see. Ivan's been looking. So that strike puts Ben Perry at a max of 206. He's taking on Mark Mazzulla, who hasn't missed too many here so far. just as I say that, near trouble there for Mark. Low scoring, Wyatt having some trouble here. He's got 170 max. There's Anthony Chin. Anthony was throwing urethane throughout qualifying, but not right now. Good shot. He can get into 240, 245 max. Oof. Cortez back-to-back opens in frames 7 and 8, but again, a 3-game total pinfall match, so plenty of time to make some things happen. Chris Silva, again, the old super washout that we've seen so many times. The first shot in the 10th, he had a chance to get into the 220s. Now he has to make this just to be in the 2 teens. And Chin struck again. That puts him in the 230s to start. $191 for Brett Wolf. $180 for Andrew Kane. A shot there by Jack Sullivan. Mark Mazzulla opened in the 10th, and just like that, Ben Perry's got a chance to have a game 1 lead here, or a lead after game 1, I should say. Ron Schloss, 177. Bob Wiley's going to be in the 160s in their match. Sullivan did strike the first one in the 10th. Here's the final offering from Anthony Chin. Wants to lay off. He will take 9. And that is 244 for Anthony Chin. Might be the high game of this game 1 of this round so far. And some trouble there for Ben Perry. He won't trail by much, but he now will trail after 1 game. And now Wyatt Truskowski is going to be in the 160s. And that's if he, no, excuse me, 160 even if he makes this and strikes on the fill. Jack Sullivan off camera got a good break going Brooklyn. All right, Perry takes 2. That's 174. So he trails in his match versus Mark Mazzulla. Tim Eichhorn is now going to be in the 190s. He will trail by 10 if he makes this to Chris Silva. Ron Schloss is open with a single pin miss in frame 1. Eichhorn will trail by 11 to Chris Silva. Jack Sullivan, very nice, 221. Representing the Chicagoland area, Cortez Shank, man. Searching, but again, Cortez is the one of the players you would want to watch to keep an eye on for a full 3 games. All right, back over to 9 through 12 for a moment. Good shot there by Bob Wiley to start. I got some updated scores. At a tie between D-Ron Booker and Kyle Duster at 215. Anthony Chin, as mentioned, 244. Wyatt Truskowski, 155. Dylan Taylor, 227. Michael Haugen, 145. What a difference there. Ron Schloss, 177. Bob Wiley, 164. Jack Sullivan, 221, as you saw. Cortez Shank, 170. Andrew Kane trailing Brett Wolf by 11. Kane 180, Brett Wolf 191, as we talked about, and Chris Silva 205, Tim Eichhorn 194. Let me drop those in the chat for you. Dylan Taylor fan club is rocking and rolling here inside Lakeview lanes. Big lead again over Michael Haugen. If anyone has a question on a match, again, I'm dropping all of the game one tallies here in the chat. All right, there you have it. Michael Haugen looks to be in a much better position to score. A couple of strikes early through 3 frames. Andrew Kane back-to-back splits prior to that spare in the 4th. Ron Schloss has gone through a few bowling balls in his first match and a half, I guess, at this point. You gotta know your equipment. Speaking of equipment, Cortez Shank, I think maybe just wants to get a different piece. He might try something on 7 and 8. He's trailing. It's Jack Sullivan. That Booker Duster match, that one's, I got a feeling that one's just going to go all the way down to the 10th frame of game 3. Tim Eichhorn's look is really good. If he can get by Chris Silva here, man. Now, I don't know him well enough to say, like, if he catches a pair that Brett and Andrew, which right now would be 11 and 12. Brett also bowled on 9 and 10. If he catches one of those pairs that maybe has some friction already on it, just because some lefties were already on it, I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing for Tim, because I don't know him well enough, but he's looking solid. The ball change coming up for Cortez. It's not the one that I saw him put on the chair, but it is urethane. And right now he is looking. Trails by 51 pins. Oh, no doubt, Steve. I got a chance to get caught up on Bob Wiley last year. It might have been you who was giving me some info about him last year. Good note on the bucket there for Bob. Oh, I'm sorry, for Cortez there. Yeah, I learned a lot about him. Let's watch him during qualifying. You hear that term like fierce competitor. I feel like that is definitely Bob. Not willing to give you an inch. It's a very good match. He's bowling against Ron Schloss, good opponent. It's a good question, not a question that you bring up, Steve, but it does pose a good question. Who do you guys think might, or your sleepers and or picks to win, if you will? Like if you could choose a couple players that you think right now. I know, I think Stacy was in the chat earlier. She had way too many people to root for. I totally understand that, especially if you're local to this area. Yeah, Bob Wiley could definitely. D-Ron Booker could win this thing. I mean, there's a ton of players, right? You know, last year, Ben Perry was taking people to the max, making great comebacks and winning late matches. Let's see how Jack Sullivan, by the way. I've known Jack for, I don't know how many years at this point. We bowled a ton of stuff together or against one another back in the day. He had no idea what that ball was about to do. I don't think he liked that one bit. But Jack is someone who goes out and bowls a lot of stuff when he can. He's always been a fierce competitor. He went to Vincennes, if memory is correct. And you see Tim Eichhorn, folks. I'm telling you, his look is really good. Ben Perry, Mark Missoula, they're just into the 6th frame. Looks like all of the matches got about the same pace. Oh, I like that. Andrew, Brett Wolf, Ron Schloss, and Greg Thompson Jr. That's a nice trio. It'd be a good trifecta to hit. I want to look at one more shot here of Cortez Shank, because he is now going to the bowling ball that I saw him break out to the chair but didn't throw in the previous frame. Bump card is on. I like that. Okay, that might be the one for Cortez. We'll keep an eye on that. Ooh, Mark Missoula just left the splits. An opportunity there for Ben Perry to make up a little ground. Chris Silva is trying to right now keep pace here with Tim Eichhorn. It's a good break, though, just leaving the single pin. There's Bob Wiley. Bang. Cortez went to the left lane, went through the nose, but just left a 6-pin. Nearly went Brooklyn. Big double there for Bob Wiley. This is a big game for Bob, potentially. And a low-scoring game 1 between Wiley and Schloss. Now put himself in position to get into the 240s. Hey, good call, Steve. Next round sounds like a good opportunity. Wolf and Kane, I mean, the winner of that match could easily win the tournament. Same thing with Haugen and Dylan Taylor. And again, I've watched Dylan win 10K or more than that at the New Mexico Open. So, yeah, this is not a moment that, and you saw it, saw him perform when he had to against Ryan Howard in round 1 this morning. Great shot there for Andrew. Can only get to 197 though. Andrew battling. Shot 180 in game 1. Brett Wolf can still get into the 2 teens. The battle of lefties. Ben Perry just struck in the 8th on 1 and 2. Oh my. What a shot there. I think I mentioned what, timeless style for Brett Wolf. Someone said his swing is still so smooth, you can't believe it's not butter, like the commercial. Eichhorn still striking, folks. Chris Silva's got to keep up. It's going to be a very good finish when we get to game 3. And one that was more than likely lead a little left potentially. Washout for Brett Wolf. Bob Wiley, meanwhile, turns 2 into 3. Nearly made it. Brett Wolf shoots 180. So Andrew Kane will actually have a chance now to take the lead in this match. Can throw a couple in the 10th. There is one, and whether Kane takes the lead or not, that match is pretty much even, and just because of who's bowling. Wiley, good carry, and how about Bob coming through with a game in the 240s here late, game number 2. Let's take a look at Ben Perry. Here's Ben Perry, 9th frame on 1 and 2. Bob did finish with 248. Takes his total now to 412. Steve, forgive me, but I feel like we did meet, right? Especially if you were at the New Mexico Open. Andrew King got to 186. And there's a small lead there for Andrew King. Oh, I'm sorry, small lead for Brett Wolf, I beg your pardon. 371 to 366. And how about Sean Wyatt Truskowski now? Trying to make this comeback against Anthony Chin, who got out in front of him early with a big 244 game. Best Ben Perry can do is shoot 198. Again, he trailed in the match. By 27 pins after one to Mark Mazzulla. Tim Eichhorn finally stopped striking in the 9th frame. He was on Robbie Patterson. Pace from last night. Robbie Patterson was solid. Jack Sullivan struck in the 8th. So the Kane Wolf match kind of increased its pace just a little bit. The Schloss Wiley match is in the same situation. They are now headed to game 3. Another one for Ben Perry in the 10th. Wyatt puts up another one. That's 6 in a row. Sean Wyatt. Wow. Ball speed. Boy, if you got that ball speed, man. That one registered at 20 miles an hour, by the way. I don't know how accurate the cameras are. We'll talk to Mike Dermeyer about it. That one says 20 miles an hour for Sean Wyatt. Truskowski. Ben Perry, 198. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Truskowski fouled on the fill shot. So that's 10 pins. Keep that in mind. 10 pins is a lot. Let's see where Anthony Chin is going to finish, because he's lost a little bit of his look, but he did miss 2 single pins this game, unfortunately. He's made a ball change this game, and we've got ourselves an even match here. Mark Mazzulla is going to give some pins back, and Perry might have a lead. Dylan Taylor going to be in the 220s again. Nice game by Tim Eichhorn. Finishes up with 269. Chris Silva, boy, he found himself now in a battle. And he needs every one of them just to feel like, you know, I mean, he's going to go in and having a chance, obviously, anyway in game 3, but you'd love for that deficit to be as slim as possible, and a double here in this 10th would do that. It's going left, though. Jack Sullivan trying to hold off Cortez Schenk. Ben Perry now with a lead, I believe, by 10 pins over Mark Mazzulla now. Anthony Chin's lead has been trimmed. Much like Jen Mayer helps keep the wonderful fur for great animals at the Oasis Pet Grooming, trimmed neatly. Proud sponsor of the CBE 10K Cactus Classic. Thanks to Apparel EFX, Chuck's Painting, Brunswick, Yates Buick GMC, David's Desert Chapel, Tin Bag Bowling Solutions, Ramsey Auto Center, True Amateur Tournaments, Desert Southwest for all their contributions to this year's event. 356 for Cortez Shank. Sullivan 7 out in the 9th, can only get to 199. Boy, and he's going to keep Cortez with some life here in game number 3. Back over to 9 through 12. Tim Eichhorn, 269 in game 2. He is plus 63. Big game. Wow. And Jack missed the washout. And he motioned to himself and said verbally 4 times, as if to say he's missed that spare the same way 4 times this week. And his lead is now trimmed to 43 pins. No, sir, Ivan. I don't remember the opponent, but I think it was, damn, I got to go back to, I have to look at it, but Ben Perry ran someone down last year in a match late, maybe round of 16, round of 8-ish. In a match that he was trailing by a ton, I think. And that's what happens in the 3-game match. Anything can happen. I mean, really, if you're not down by 100 pins after 2, you feel like you still got a chance. I've seen it happen. Deficits as much as 80 pins have been overcome. Bob Wiley right now looks like he's got his eyes on the prize, but Ron Schloss there, big double. Just a 4-pin match between Kane and Wolf. What do you think these two got on the line? They're great friends. What do you think, dinner? Yes, I do, the bump card. I actually just received them in my hand from Mike Dermeyer. So those will be coming to you in just a little bit. Just off camera, Jack Sullivan just chopped a spare. So an early open. And now Jack 3-6-10. This one started well into the favor of Jack. He shot 221 to Cortez's 170. Dylan Taylor, boy, just all over Michael Haugen Jr. 452 to 325. Cortez Schenk is on that comeback trail, folks. We've seen this movie before. Right now, Jack Sullivan is not trying to get a ticket to the sequel here, the repeat. All right, there are your match totals. And of course, Andrew and Brett will save their best for last. All right, quick look here at 5 through 8. This is an important shot, I think, here for Jack Sullivan. Update on Ben Perry. He opened in the third frame. Mark Mazzullo started double spare spare, and essentially has reclaimed control, excuse me, of that match with 7 frames to go. Eichhorn started open. Oh wow, excuse me, 3 consecutive opens for Tim Eichhorn. Wow, and Chris Silva starts with a double. That was a very important shot for Jack Sullivan. You don't want to let Cortez Schenk all of a sudden get out there and double and triple on you. All right, back over to Wolf. Sullivan looks like you're removing a little bit of tape. Oh, good break there for Brett. Again, he led by 4. Lead, good Lord. Call the grammar police. Brett had a lead of 4 pins following the previous, the first 2 games. Did not like it, did Sullivan off camera. It's through the nose, and boy, Jack is in some trouble. Bob Wiley slowly extending his lead. Chris Silva just leaves a 2-pin. And Jack got no count on a 4-6-7. Opportunity knocking here for Andrew Kane. That sounded like a washout. And it's 7, and I'm thinking it is from my angle. There it is, yep. 3-6-7. Bob can't get the 10-pin to fall. Cortez was ready and said no. Okay, he'll wait. He will restart. Anthony Chin, after getting out to such a great start, 3 splits, although he just made a 3-10. But Sean Wyatt-Truskowski is clean and working on a double through 5. Oh boy. And Cortez. Here's Tim Eichhorn. Looks like a ball change there for Tim. Coming off a nice 269 game. This is his first strike of game 3. Well, Chris Silva is on the rundown trail, like the LeBron chase down block. Shank in that 4th arrow and pays the ultimate price. Ron Sloss able to strike in the 7th. Ron still with some life. All right, takes the count. See how Brett Wolf handles things here. Brett Wolf, 8th frame. That is through the nose. Eichhorn able to break down a split. Schloss again still with life. It's a big double. Can get to 225. Max score of 584. Now you would need a lot of help from Bob Wiley. A lot. That magic number for Bob would just be 173, and that's if, again, assuming Schloss would go ahead and strike out. Really see Bob given that much of an opportunity. I tell you folks, young Jack Sullivan here needs something positive. Just made a ball change. He struck in the 5th. He's in some trouble. Just got to push. Breaks down the split. And Brett Wolf just missed the head pin left. That one's coming down to it. Essentially, Andrew Kane just needed to beat Brett Wolf by 5 pins in this match, or this game 3. And he does have the advantage still, speaking of Andrew. Brett makes the spare. He can max now at 215. He'll be in the 10th frame momentarily. Quick look at 3 and 4. Wow. Just like that, Sean Wyatt goes 5 through the nose. Bob Wiley just pins away at this point from advancing in his match versus Ron Schloss. Ben Perry back to trailing in his match after handling a 10-pin lead after 2. And he misses the head pin there, as you saw. Andrew Kane, big strike in the 9th. Chris Silva has gone 3-bagger, 9-spare double, and is trying to run down Tim Eichhorn. Kane. Bang. Andrew Kane, just to make sure my math is right. Max out at 221. Put him at 587. Which would mean Brett Wolf can only sit and watch. Strike will do it. 9 is good too. Let's see. So 9, and that's 586. Mike's gonna double check that. So 586, 215 for Brett. Needs all three there to tie. I'm going to refer to Mike one more time just to make sure that is right. That's right, correct. We've had plenty of ties already, folks, so having another one certainly wouldn't be off course at this point. This is an interesting watch, too, because I'm not sure if everyone watching in the stands knows what the situation is. Now, these are two incredible veterans who have bowled at the highest of highest levels, so they are keeping the emotions in check. It's what a microcosm in some situations, watching what they're doing and how they've handled themselves late in this match against, even think about how, you know, you might handle what they're attempting to do here. Strike to tie. What a match. Andrew Kane just edges his lovely friend Brett Wolf, 586 to 584. Looks like maybe Ben Perry's run may come to an end here. Let me look at Cortez Shank. Get you that update on Ben Perry momentarily. Jack Sullivan. Sullivan was at 399. His max is now 192. That will put him at 591. Somehow, he's still in the driver's seat. But a mark here would be about do it. If he does not mark here, let's just give him 9 out. for the math purposes. That would be 569. And then it would be as simple as Cortez Schenk needing to perform in the 10th and fill 19 pins. Big situation. He does lose some count in the process. Still needs to make it. Looks like we've got another winner update. Kyle Duster has advanced to take on, I'm sorry, he's advanced. I don't know his opponent yet. It's based on seeding. Kyle has advanced. He has defeated D-Ron Booker. Mark Missoula has defeated Ben Perry now officially. All right. Wow. That loss of count now puts Cortez in a situation where he's going to have to double if Jack strikes here. His magic number is 223. Speaking of Cortez, that's if Jack strikes. Well, he got 9 out of that. So now the magic number for Cortez is 222. Has to throw the first 2. We'll talk count. It's left. Oh my gosh. Wow. Run away. Brooklyn. Something flips out to carry the 10. Meanwhile, Chris Silva has come from behind. Must have. Bang. Good Lord, Cortez Schenk. I don't know if Jack knows the full situation. Not over yet. Cortez needs 7. Chris Silva, meanwhile, up the middle. Wow. Cortez Schenk ran it down on Jack Sullivan. Three-game total pinfall matches, folks. Strike again. Man, I feel for my guy Jack too. He had his opportunities though. He saw a lot of shots that he could tell he just didn't feel like he was getting out of it. Either getting out of it or not throwing as good. I feel like he went through that during qualifying before he made his run. But said it during game 2. That's not a dude you can give a chance to. Like Cortez is that dude. Chris Silva, that's incredible. Maybe not as dramatic per se, just because of the way Tim's game went. But Tim looked like he was about to run away with this match. He literally, for about 5 games, folks, I thought had the best look. And just like that, I mean, That's how fast it happens in a 3-game match. I don't know if this format is maybe the equalizer, if you will. Like, and not like Denzel Washington equalizer. But the equalizer nonetheless. Nice spare though. Wow. Well, Chris Silva, a rundown of his own to defeat Tim Eichhorn. It was Tim's start, 3 consecutive opens that really did it. Then he missed a 7-pin in the 6th frame. Chris Silva kind of kept striking. Got the first one in the 10th. Man.
29 seeded Kyle Duster defeats Deron Booker. Number 11 seed Bob Wiley defeats Cortez Shank. Sorry. Bob Wiley defeated Ron Schloss. Cortez Shank defeated Jack Sullivan. And then 23 seed Dylan Taylor defeated Michael Haugen. 14 seed Andrew Kane defeated Brett Wolf.
See if I can get you some round 3 totals or round 2 totals since we're final.
17 seed Anthony Chin defeated Wyatt Trzowski. Give me one moment, we'll get the seedings. All the winners, you will move 1 pair to your rights.
Cortez keeps winning, so he's now going to be on 9 and 10.
On 1 and 2, we have Michael Fitzgerald, your 1 seed, versus your 29 seed, Kyle Duster. On 9 and 10, we have your 2 seed, Robbie Patterson, against your 25 seed, Cortez Shank. On 15 and 16, 3 seeded Jacob Buttroff against 23 seed Dylan Taylor. On 5 and 6, 4 seed David Haynes and 7 seed Anthony Chin.
Wow, Anthony Chin. Anthony Chin came back to defeat, or not came back, he did have a lead. And I thought Wyatt Trzowski was on the comeback trail too. He was, but was not enough.
Mark Missoula.
Also, Anthony Chin still alive.
On 13 and 14, your 6 seed Derek Acuff against your 14 seed Andrew Kane. On 11 and 12, your 7 seed Brianna Cote against your 11 seed Bob Wiley. And on 7 and 8, your 8 seed Greg Thompson against your 9 seed Chris Silva. Go ahead and take your 2 shots on each lane.
Jeff,
ready,
we should still be going.
Thumbs up so we can get you guys going.
We're now into the, we've got 2 rounds down. At this point, after this round, we'll be in the round of 8, I think. Finish up some final tallies.
Bowlers that were eliminated that round, please just give me a couple minutes to get this round going, and then I'll be ready to write checks or digitally send money.
Folks, if you are just joining us, or perhaps you're joining us for the first time today or this weekend, my name is Emil Williams Jr. Welcome to Bullstream TV, live from Lakeview Lanes in Sun City, Arizona. It's the final day, match play here at the CBE 10K Cactus Classic, the second annual event. Thanks to Theo Duthay and Complete Bowling Events for putting together this tournament. Big thank you to all of the sponsors: Apparel EFX, Chuck's Painting, Brunswick, there's Apparel EFX again, and Chuck's Painting. Also, thank you to, again, Brunswick, EFX.
Oh, Theo, you're really cruel.
Ramsey Auto Center, Tin Back Bowling Solutions,
exactly.
Oasis Pet Grooming, David's Desert Chapel, Yates Buick GMC, and True Amateur Tournaments Desert Southwest.
Will work.
Where is Brie Cote, actually? Yes, we will see Brie Cote, Jordan Richard.
Is everybody down that way all good? Thumbs up. Cool. Joe, do you guys have any more shots?
Oh, my bad. Sorry on the Anthony Chin. It was 582 to 561.
The higher seed will be listed
My bad.
on the left lane. Not necessarily, sorry. Once the names, oh, I'm sorry. Higher seed is listed on the right lane. If you guys need to reverse arrows, you're more than welcome to. The higher seed does get choice. We're going to make sure everything's on the number one spot. We're going to unpause and get you guys started. Good luck.
So names are being updated.
We are aware of the names. The higher seed will be on the right lane, so go ahead and start if you guys are ready.
Are they all like that?
We've got another set.
Guys, hold on a second. I have all the names updated in my system and none of them up on the score, so I'm going to shut them off and turn it back on. Just like
All right, one moment for a quick scoring update on the monitors to get the names up properly. So it'll give us a quick chance again to run down some matches here. So the number one overall seed, Michael Fitzgerald, is going to be on 1 and 2, taking on Kyle Duster. And each round at this point, or really for the entire event, in match play, the higher seed will face the lowest remaining seed, so forth and so on. So Fitzgerald, the top seed, is going to take on Kyle Duster, the 29th seed.
I'll come pair by pair and update the names.
Joe Grondin, who is the 5th seed. He is taking on Mark Mazzulla, the 15th seed. Anthony Chin, the 17th seed, still alive. He's got David Haynes, who is the 4th overall seed. Gregory Thompson Jr. on 7 and 8. The 8th seed taking on the 9th seed, and Chris Silva. Cortez Shank, who continues to win. Shank, the 25th seed, he is taking on Robbie Patterson, the number 2 overall seed. Brianna Cote, the 7th seed and the reigning U.S. Women's Open champion. She's going to take on Bob Wiley. Let me make sure. Yep. Bob is the 11th seed. Andrew Kane. Again, big victory over Brett Wolf. He's the 14th seed, but he's going to face Derek Acuff, who was the number 6 seed And another matchup for Andrew Kane. He gets to face another lefty. How often do you think that happens for either Andrew Kane or Derek Acuff, for that matter? Then down on 15 and 16, the final match. Dylan Taylor, who continues to win. Can he knock off another giant? Potentially, he'll face number 3 seed Jacob Buttroff. So we start here 9, 10, 11, and 12. See Robbie Patterson, Cortez Shank, Yana Cote, Bob Wiley. We'll make our way down to 5 through 8. This should be the last round where 13 through 16 will be in play. It's the only group that we can't really get to. And we'll take a peek at what's happening on 1 through 4 as well. Maybe we should petition Michelle Bree to change her name or to be okay with going by Rihanna instead of Brianna. We're at a point, though, where the winners of these respective matches, Steve's buying himself another round about picking some folks who might get this thing done. By the way, folks, if you haven't already, please share. Let everybody know where you're watching. Subscribe if you haven't already. Love to get to 10K subs by the end of the year. There are a few more events upcoming on the Bullstream TV schedule. In fact, what is this, July now? Yes, the next one will be August 18th through the 20th. New Mexico Open. It'll be in Rio Rancho. Shout out to good friend Steve Mackey, his wife Dana Miller Mackey, her brother Mike Miller, the entire Mackey Miller family. You see Jeff Hemer, the tournament director, on time JBT. Tournament director as well. Always a good time. Another great event. Theo that's kind of modeled his event, this CBE 10K Cactus Classic, after what has been a very historic New Mexico Open run, right? So another great event upcoming. But we got 10K to give out here and several more rounds before it's all said and done. Again, 3 games, total pinfall is the format here for match play. If you're just joining us, it is single elimination. Steve, no, Dylan was on 13 and 14, so winners just keep moving right, which is why now Dylan is way down on 15 and 16 because he keeps winning matches. Cortez Shank just ran down Jack Sullivan. Interesting point there, Bob. Just checking back with you. Sorry, had to step out. The note on the prize fund. So of course the winner gets $10,000. The runner-up will receive $5,000. The third and fourth place, it'll be that tie for third or fourth respectively. They each will receive $2,000. And then fifth through eight. So essentially the losers of the next round will receive $900. Those who lose this round will receive $650. So 9 through 16 gets $650. 17 through 24 receives $500. 25th through 32nd receives $425. Joe Grondin is on 3 and 4, and we will get you there in a little bit. Cote off the four-bagger as I sit down again. Gregory Thompson Jr. is playing the gutter. I was wondering where he was going to play, and that's where he's playing. He's on 7 and 8. Grondin is off to a good start against Mark Missoula. Strike spare three-bagger. Bobby Patterson ends with a couple of opens, starting to right the ship a little bit. There it is. Battle of a couple of Arizona's finest right here too. Chris Silva. We had two players kind of come back from deficits, fairly large ones, to win. Chris Silva came back to defeat Tim Eichhorn by, I think, about 20 pins. Cortez Schenk came back to defeat Jack Sullivan by after being down by 43. Kyle Duster and Michael Fitzgerald. Again, Fitzgerald, the #1 overall seed. If you look at who's left at this point in the tournament, just going down the list, again, Kyle Duster has made some nice moves from a trending upward perspective. I saw him at the New Mexico Open. Had a good run there. Gonna get something done here. Michael Fitzgerald, Joe Grondin, Mark Mazzula, David Haynes, Anthony Chin. Anthony's already won 2 matches today. That's another thing to look at too. Kyle Duster's won 2 matches. Anthony Chin has won 2 matches. Cortez Shank has won 2 matches. Dylan Taylor has won 2 matches. Those are players who began bowling this morning at 8 a.m. Tim Garrett says that David Haynes is his pick. All right. I'm sure David's okay with that. Robbie Patterson last night went 289. He had 290 max, 9 count on the field, 289. Backed that up with 240 plus to essentially grab the top spot in last night's D squad, which got him a 2-round bye. Derek Acuff and Andrew Kane. Nice match going on again on 13 and 14. Just to look at this, watch where GT2 is. He's in front of the right ball return to make sure he's in front of the gutter. Right now, sometimes when you see that, you're thinking they're about to loft the gutter on the right lane. Right? They're trying to play 7th arrow. GT2 is in front of the ball return, trying to make sure he's going right to left up the gutter on lane 7. Shank made that spare, by the way, off camera. Of course he did. David Haynes, actually, I'll get you back over there here in a moment. I do want to see the finish between Cote and Wiley. That one's going to go all the way. It's going to go to the distance, meaning just like we saw with the Brett Wolf Andrew Kane match, Shank Sullivan match, that one's got a 10th frame written all over it between her and Bob Wiley. David Haynes got a very nice lead building. Cortez Shank is the definition of a player who, if he does get a break, he will not make the same mistake twice. He got a break. He went runaway Brooklyn and carried the first shot in the 10th frame. And then he absolutely stone cold Steve Austin stunnered the second shot in the 10th. And then threw it up the middle to get 9 to secure the victory. It's not the first time he's done that. In fact, to make the cut, he finished 7th in his squad. He rolled a 2-pin. 2-pin fell 4 for Cortez. And of course, what did he do next shot immediately to ensure he was in, or to get him in? Buried it. Dylan and Butters are way down, unfortunately, on 15 and 16. So I'll get you the radio call of what's happening down there. And if we get to a situation where that match is the only one in play on that side of the building, I'll get you the best / worst possible angle to show you that late. Oh, Bob missed an opportunity there. 2:15. Reed can step up, double the 10 to get into the 220s. Robbie knew it off his hand. That one was going right. And on this pattern, if it's going right, it's staying right, typically speaking. One look at that pattern again for those who may just be joining us for the first time. A-Cup did strike their right side of your screen. Cote entering your screen. All right, so it's going to be a single-digit deficit for Cote, single-digit advantage for Bob Wiley. Let's go over to 5 through 8 for a moment. GT2, Gregory Thompson Jr. And for the first time today, after paying people, which is good, you don't want to bowl a tournament and not get any money, especially if you actually earned it.
And they've earned it this weekend.
Based on your performance. Theo Duthe, tournament director, is joining us here as we have now entered the round of 16.
Yes.
Against single elimination. Already seen some interesting matches, as we always anticipate in match play.
Yep, for the second year in a row, I believe Andrew defeated and eliminated Brett Wolf.
Oh, you're right. That did, yes.
Brett made sure to let Andrew know.
I feel like it was a first round matchup last year.
I think so. I think they were on 1 and 2.
Because it was weird. I'm like, man, you don't see them in the first round. Yeah. Tell you, but you know, Brett didn't have to do that this year, at least in round 1. He won his first round match. And then had to go right and face Andrew King.
I think I have last year's bracket. I might be able to tell.
Boy, Anthony Chen struggling. You're talking about a definition.
So last year it was the second round. Same
round. How about that?
Yes. As Andrew in the first round last year defeated Kyle Michalowski to get the bowl against Wolf, who had the bye.
So they just switched buys.
Correct.
Basically, it still met the same round.
Yes.
That's when you know you're friends for life. That just doesn't happen to other people, right? There's only people that are truly connected does that kind of thing happen to.
I was trying to see if they were the same siege just flipped, but no. Last year they were 13 and 24. This year they're 14 and 21.
Anthony Chen still playing in the similar area of the lane that he's kind of been in for a while, at least during match play. I feel like he was a little further right during qualifying, but obviously qualifying is a much different beast. GT2 and Chris Silva. This one will be close.
So Andrew and Derek are tied at 221 after the first game. Jacob Buttriff has a 66-pin lead over Dylan Taylor after 1. Brianna Cote and Bob Wiley are close. Bob's got a 5-pin lead.
Look at 1 through 4 here. 10th frame for Kyle Duster. Opening shot there for Mark Mazzulla. We'll see Joe Grondin. Some of you looking for Joe. Joe's been recording every shot he's been bowling. I don't know if he did it throughout most of qualifying, but maybe Joe's getting into some content creation, or just wants to make sure he's doing the things that he should be doing. Either way, it's resulted in a 225 game 1. Looks a little left, similar to the second shot he threw in the 10th frame. Get you some updated tallies here in a moment in the chat. See Michael Fitzgerald and have the lead after game 1. That is no longer in play. He can't make this, but in strike and still would trail by 1 to Kyle Duster. Again, Dylan Taylor. Those of you checking in on Dylan, Jacob Buttrop shot 234. Dylan 168. Rondon 225, 180. Again, the tie between Acup and Kane at 221. Cortez Shank, the advantage over Robbie Patterson, 190 to 166. 5-pin advantage for Bob Wiley over Brianna Cote, 215 to 210. And David Haynes, 234 over 119 for Anthony Chin. I was talking about in the 3-game total pinfall match. If you go into game 3 trailing, in many cases by, I would say, I said less than 100, but I think 80 to 90. I've seen actual people overcome those deficits. Yes. So I know it's doable, but this is a very tough start for Anthony Chin and very difficult to overcome, especially when your opponent shot 234.
Correct.
That's going to be difficult to do.
Well, and in our last round, I think Chris Silva was trailing by around 60.
Yes.
And then he won by 20.
Yeah, the 2 rundowns were right next to each other. Silva running down Eichhorn. Shank trailing by 43 over Jack Sullivan, or to Jack Sullivan, came back to win.
Wow. Fitzgerald finished with a 174, so he is trailing by 12 to Kyle Duster.
All right, let's get some updated standings, or match updates in the chat for you. I want to look at Mark Mazzulla for a little bit. I saw him ask for it to just lay off. I do want to see Fitzgerald's first shot here, game 2. Saw him just go through the nose there. He's already left. I feel like he's about where he was maybe game 6, 7-ish during his squad yesterday morning. All right, back over to 9 through 12.
Greg Thompson finishes with a 201, so he's got a 29-pin lead over Chris Silva's 172. Robbie's having some single-pin spare issues this morning.
You don't want the case of those. They're like gremlins for technology purposes. They just show up sometimes out of nowhere. Only in this case, you see gremlins. The first thought is, all right, whatever looked like it could have been a gremlin, just don't even, if you don't have to have it, don't even worry about it for the rest of the day. But your monitor is still good. It works great. It started to it gave the impression that there was like a little stutter, like it was buffering. This is the monitor, obviously, which then made me look like, whoa, is it actually happening on the stream? Which it was not.
Gotcha.
So I said, let's not even worry about that. Our main concern is making sure this is fine. I got a very good vantage point, although I do love monitors. Andrew Kane has started with the front four in his match versus Derek Acuff. Again, I said, how often do you think, and you're left-handed, right?
Yes.
So how often, just give me a ballpark, made-up figure, if you will, in a match play setting, when typically, right, there's going to be some lefties, maybe there's one, maybe there's a couple, that you would start your match play portion bowling against the lefty, and then your next match is also against the lefty.
Yeah, it doesn't happen too often. I mean, obviously, if the left is really nice, then you have a really good chance of that. But when they are this difficult, you wouldn't think a lot of lefties would make it. And there wasn't. There was a few. But to have them, like you said, match up back-to-back rounds, that's tough.
Speaking of lefties,
The man, the legend.
Any chance we bought some of the clips in the next one? Last two. Snot time.
We have Brett Wolf reminding me how much they have not hooked and how tough they've been the last 2 weekends of tournaments.
Rihanna Cote, she's got the gallery. In 9, 10, 11, and 12 at the moment. Cortez Shank. He came back again to handle business in round 2. And right now, Robbie Patterson bowled so well yesterday. And as Dio just talked about, being bitten by the single pin bug.
And right now it's strike or spare. Brianna's got a 4-bagger now.
I called earlier that match was going to go the distance, meaning someone's going to win that one in the 10th frame of game 3. That's when it will be decided. It's a really good match.
Oh, absolutely. Bob's one of our really solid senior players that moved out to Phoenix last year, I believe.
Yeah, I remember him, and there was many people in the chat kind of informing, especially me at that time, about Bob. Moved from Rochester, as Paul mentioned in the chat. He said he wonders, does Bree know that Bob moved from the city where she just won the U.S. Women's Open?
I remember when Bob came out here last year, the first tournament that he bowled of mine was the over 50, under 50 doubles. And they made the finals. And I looked at his under 50 guy and said, holy, where'd you get this guy from? He's a stand-up guy, too.
Yes, Steve, that's one I actually do remember. Steve mentioned that you bowled very well at last year's New Mexico Open.
He did. I was able to do lefty things and be in my comfort zone, so. I'm debating if I use the same strategy again this year and just don't bowl for a month. I don't know if it'll work out as well twice in a row. I'm just at a point in my life when there's more important things to do than make time to go practice.
Well, Allen Iverson said it best.
We talking about practice.
Anthony Chin right now hanging tough in game 2 here with David Haynes, but he's going to need some help, and a lot of it.
And he just got a little bit of help with the bad break of a stuffed 9-pin.
Speaking of that, Jacob Buttroff has got the front 7 down there against Dylan Taylor. John Verbal did say, he dropped that note in the chat about Jacob having his striking shoes on, and that certainly is the case here.
We have a decent little crowd here between mix of bowlers and community members. This is what I like to see. We didn't see him at 8 a.m. though.
And I can't blame him. I cannot blame them.
And I have lost my helper for the remainder of the day, so I may step out a little early from round of 16, possibly sit out the round of 8, but I will be back on for the final 4 in the title match. See if we can get somebody smarter than me about the game to hop on.
Let's see if I don't know if depending on what happens with Dylan, I don't know when John might leave or not. He is here.
I always joke with people on our
Oh, there's John right there.
Oh, Jacob went front 7 and then 9 count and whiffed it. I always joke with people in our pattern league when I have a good week and they say, "What'd you do?" I said, "I don't know. I played on the gutter. Just depends which ball I'm going to throw."
We'll take that. Nice spare. Bob now trailing in this match with Rihanna Cote. Which, and you may not know off the top of your head, which pairs do we use for the round of 8?
The round of 8 will be 1 through 4 and 11 through 14. So we may miss a little bit of the action due to camera placement.
Okay.
But that is so that the round of 4 will be 7 through 10, and our finals will be on 5 and 6.
Gotcha.
And I do my best, since we don't re-oil, to make sure, I do my best to make sure guys don't hit the same pair twice, but sometimes it's out of your hands when you get to this point. I will make sure they won't hit it back-to-back rounds at least.
There's another one there for Cote. 2 more in the 10th. She's going to be in the 240s.
Brianna was one of our pros in our Pro-Am on Friday night, and she gained some followers.
And that is the what you would hope when you have a Pro-Am.
Yes.
Exactly what should happen.
It was awesome. Big thanks to, I mean, it wasn't that big of a Pro-Am this year. It was our first year. We only had 5 pairs. But I can't express enough my gratitude and thanks to the 5 players that I had which 3 of them are still alive in the tournament, with Michael Fitzgerald, Cortez Schenk, and Brianna Cote. But I also big thanks to Wesley Lowe and Brian Halen for helping us out with the Pro-Am. I think everybody had a great time on Friday night. I know we were giving Halen a hard time because it was no tap and he shot 180. And he said that the tournament pattern was easier than the house shot.
House shots are tricky. In many cases, they're not fun. Sometimes they are.
Right. If you're left-handed, they're fun. If you like to strike, I'd prefer to. I don't keep up in Strike Fest, so I'd prefer something tough like this. Bree's going to have a slight lead going into game 3, depending on what Bob does here in the 10th.
Should be at 4:36 after 2. Andrew Kane shot 214. .435 for Kane.
Cortez had a 207.
Big shot there for Bob Wiley. Trying to go back-to-back 2-team. That one's, again, it's going to the 10th.
You called it. It's going to.
Robbie Patterson, man. Well, you hate to see him struggle, considering the way he bowled so well last night.
Yeah, but he did say he got a lot of it in his last couple of games.
Still.
You know. But ideally, transition-wise, we should be pretty close to that.
He's going to be in the 150s. All right, Bob. Got the second hit.
But as we all know, depending on who was on the pairs for the matches, could make a world of a difference as to how the pairs broke down.
A good one brewing between Duster and Fitzgerald. Wiley did finish at 213. See Joe Grondin. A good one here, the first one in the 10th. Chris Silva able to get them all down in the 7th. First match to, no, 2 matches here in the 10th. I'm sorry, into game 3 already. Buttrick, Taylor, Wiley, Cote. Haynes gets to 209, and for all intents and purposes, David Haynes is obviously in the driver's seat. He's about to race in Chicago for the street race.
What do you think about that?
You know, if this event didn't happen on this date, on this weekend, I was actually going to go check it out because I was talking to your dad outside, and my NASCAR experience is very limited. I would not call myself a fan, but I know a lot of people who have watched in the past. And when the PWBA had the Tour Championship at the Richmond Raceway for 3 years, got an opportunity to kind of see it in a different light. Way different, obviously, when you're up close and you get to see things behind the scenes, drivers, crew chiefs, garages, etc. And so I was very curious on then what a street race would look like, especially in a place that I know very well.
Right.
And I'm like, there's some streets that I don't know if you want to have a street race on it. You know, it's Chicago, but it's, you know, there's some twists and turns and all that kind of stuff. So I never did see like the track design, but I was going to check it out in person. I will be watching the highlights of that one when I get home, for sure. Joe Grondin 212. Grondin now at 437. Roland Franklin picked Joe Grondin to win. He said this yesterday. Someone picked Brett Wolf to win. Unfortunately, that cannot come to fruition. I know there's a couple people in this chat who are picking Brianna Cote to win. I saw David Haynes be chosen. Right now, looks like Jacob Buttriff. Oh, look at Theo. If you don't mind if I, thank you. Can't tell which street that is.
Safari changed their images on how you can view images, and it just doesn't work as well as it used to.
I heard Michigan Avenue was in play. I could definitely see Columbus Drive, and DuSable Lakeshore Drive is by far, if you ever, I mean, Chicagoans race up and down DuSable Lakeshore Drive every day of the week. So that's a place where you would want to have a NASCAR race for sure. There is this, you know, and those of you who are either from Chicago, have visited, and know what I'm talking about, DuSable Lakeshore Drive, it was called Lakeshore Drive for the longest time before the name changed to DuSable. But as you kind of enter or leave downtown, depending on which way you're going, there is a small or a very slow curve that you got to get to about 30 miles an hour to get around before speed picks up. Now, typically there's a ton of cars and traffic during this time. Even if it's at night, I would highly suggest you slow your speed when you get to that curve. And I'm like, man, if they use that stretch, which feels like a very like a NASCAR type of stretch, right? There's always a turn like that where and they know what they're doing. That's why they do what they do in that regard. But so I was very interested to check it out. So Silva picked up a four-bagger here. By the way, Brianna Cote started open.
Ooh. And Bob started strike. That's big swing.
Back-to-back splits for Cote. This is her third frame.
Ouch.
And make it 3 consecutive splits now. And Bob, who shot 213. And just like that 8-pin advantage for Brianna Cote is on back to the side of Bob Wiley and a little bit more.
Now, we may or may not have seen Brianna with a start like that before.
This is true.
We all know how that ended.
Oof. That also is true. As an Arizonian and a friend of yours,
yes,
for a very long time, how did that make you feel watching that as it was going down? And she got the pins that she needed. She was able to breathe easy, and I'm sure everyone else who was rooting for her could do the same. How did you feel?
So I was getting ready to head off to league, and I said, I don't care if I'm going to run late, even though I'm the secretary, I'm watching this. And I'll tell you what, about every single emotion happened on that show. And as soon as she got what she needed, I mean, just, there was definitely onions being cut. For somebody that I've grown up with, I mean, I've known Bree for 20 plus years. She's like a sister. And to see somebody that's that close to you accomplish one of the biggest things on their bucket list was incredible. Nothing but pure happiness for her. The only thing I was disappointed about was she didn't have the trophy and jacket with her this weekend.
I agree, actually.
Yes.
You just got to walk around with it. I know it's heavy.
Yes.
I don't think she. Well, no. I don't know if she had the trophy yet.
It was shipped on Friday.
As in this past Friday?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So she actually didn't have it in her possession.
Correct.
Okay.
Which
All right, we'll let it slide.
I thought it would have been wonderful if she could have brought it to the Pro-Am.
They say you can't take those kind of things on the plane. Much needed strike from Bree because Bob Wiley now with the front four.
And it looks like Fitzgerald has taken control in his match. He is now at 407. And Duster with a spare will be at 384, I believe, if he spares this. Yes, 384 for Duster.
It's at 407, 384. Let's see, Buttriff.
That match is still very much close.
499. 369.
And Chris Silva is now leading over Greg Thompson by 11.
All right, so matches that just from a pace, Wiley, Cote, Shank, Patterson are going to finish up first, it looks like.
And Buttriff a cuff.
Along with actually, it looks like 9 through 16 are all on the same pace. And 1 through 8 just about are all on the same pace.
Yes.
So we'll keep it in this area for a little bit longer. Wow.
Oh, sorry, it's Kane a cuff and then Buttriff Taylor.
Correct.
About when they get to the 8th frame, I will probably step away and do my director duties. I may see if there's a female around with way better handwriting than mine to update the board.
We lost. Oh, we lost Virginia.
Otherwise, you will definitely see the difference of when I took over. Maybe I'll see if Brian Halen wants to step in. He's sitting behind us watching Cortez. He might be interested.
Front 6 there for Mr. Wiley. This is interesting.
Bob's got 6 down there now. That's one thing. When Brianna gives you opportunities, you have to take them because they're not going to come very often.
No, and it's another situation of what a 3-game total pin match really can do for you. For you and or against you.
All right, sir. I think they're going to start finishing up here really quick. It's going to happen.
No problem, man.
I'm going to step off.
I got it.
I think you'll have a special guest for the round of 8s.
Yes, we will. Thank you.
And I will see you guys in the round of 4.
Okay. I don't have a... Whatever, man. I do. Run at perfection over for Bob Wiley, but looks like his run through the tournament is going to continue. Again, if you haven't, folks, please hit that thumbs up. Share if you haven't on social media. Let everyone know what you're watching. Match play, the CBE 10K Cactus Classic, the 2nd annual event. Close in regards to match play. Spoiled at the 7 a.m. squad yesterday. Did not advance. Re-entered in the afternoon. Back 4 games she owned to get a 2-round bye. But and looked like things were on the up and up. And an 8-pin lead after 2 against Bob Wiley. Certainly had me thinking this was going the distance. Early struggles coupled with Bob Wiley's great start. And Bob will be advancing. All right, Bob. Ends up being a nice series here for Bob. Let me just double check for the Cortez Shank Robbie Patterson match. They're both trending and going even this game. Cortez and it's going to advance. Let's go over to 5 through 8 here. Boy, if not for the very slow start for Anthony Chin, this could have been a match he could have been in. But Anthony bowled really well this event. He will take this loss here in the round of 16. But this Silva Thompson match looks like it might go the distance, and the Duster Fitzgerald match down on 1 through 4 is still very interesting also. Free shot 147, unfortunately, to end things. Ends up shooting 583 at 267 for Bob. He shoots 695, which I believe is the highest series of match play so far, but I don't have a final for Jacob Buttriff. Wow, sound like Anthony Chin just said if he was going to lose to anybody, he would rather lose to his boss. How about that? Anthony Chin works for David Haynes. In fact, I didn't even pay attention to his jersey. Haynes Bowling Supply right there on his jersey. How about that? David Haynes still got it. Robbie Patterson really struggled here. Unfortunate 490, but Cortez Shank, it's his 3rd consecutive match win, with Dylan Taylor falling to Jacob Buttriff. It's between Kyle Duster now to be one of the players remaining. There's only 2 still alive at the moment, but Shank is going to advance of players who began match play this morning at 8 a.m. and did not receive buys. Cortez trying to run this table.
Never heard that one before.
You don't need glasses.
Yeah, I do.
David Haynes officially 646. Wow, GT2. No one really wants to take control of this match. Shank advances 583. Again, Haynes the winner, 646 to 521. Over Anthony Chin, his good buddy and friend and employee. Bob Wiley defeats Brianna Cote, 695 to 583. So you got both matches on 1 and 2, 3 and 4. Greg Thompson Jr. just said, "The hell with it. I'm throwing this thing right down the middle." You can get to 208. I would put him at max 554. Chris Silva is going to finish first. His max in this game is 203. He can shoot 560. The deficit for GT2 was 11 pins. If you're a Chris Silva fan, the advantage for Chris was 11 pins entering this game. Uh-oh. Not only is it a 6 count, it's a tough one. The ever dreaded 3, 6, 9, 10. Duster and Fitzgerald again. We'll take a look at it. Oh. Thought he was going to get lucky there. And now, the best they can do, speaking of Chris Silva, is 528. That's with 3 in the 10th. And GT2 would need a mark and good count at that point. Saw some gremlins for a minute. The gremlins are back. .518 is the official tally. GT2 needs a mark. Actually, he needs 173. So he doesn't have to mark, but the count does need to be there. He's going right up the gut. That's going to do it. Wow. The 9th and 10th frames, he said, "The hell with it. Give him the heater, Ricky." The old number 1. He did play baseball. He was a pitcher. And he said, you know what? He didn't want to take that chance right there. Trying to make sure it comes off his hand good, etc. and so forth. Here's what I need. I'm going to go out and get it. I give him mad props for that. All right, moving on to 1 through 4. Wow. 541 to 518. The things you see in match play. But Trotwood is standing up right now. Shout out to Ohio. Okay, Kyle Duster was on a double. Michael Fitzgerald led by 23 pins. Duster would have loved to have struck there. Would have set him up for what could have been a possible game-winning like situation in the 10th frame, or match-winning situation. But what he will have to do now is he can get to 225. I would put him at 609 max. And it would force strike 9 out for Michael Fitzgerald, but Duster at least has got to get 2. Can get into all of the potential scenarios. Joe Grondin, meanwhile, victory over Mark Mazzulla, 616 to 588. One. Duster's got a lot of fans here back here. They've got let's see, who's it? Christine Johnston, Matt Zweig all watching. Dylan Taylor's back over there now checking this one out. Also still looking at Michael Fitzgerald. You know, I will say, like, I really enjoy this Arizona love here. Everyone does seem to be kind of pulling for one another. All right, Duster will reset. Big shot. Again, his max this game is 225. If he does that, that would put him at 609 for the match. 203 would then be the magic number for Michael Fitzgerald. Be looking at a possible 9 spare strike situation, strike 9 out. None of that matters if Duster does not strike here. And the 4-pin falls. There could be some gamesmanship going on right now. Michael Fitzgerald is currently sitting and waiting. Duster took his re-rack. whether you like the strategy, if it even is a strategy. In this situation, in this setting, you got to do what you got to do to win a match. And that is 8 for 223. So that is 607. Now the job is just a little bit easier for Michael Fitzgerald. Still needs 201 though, so he does have to mark. The #1 overall seed. Bang. Take your ice and put it outside in this Sun City weather and watch it melt. He's got his ball back. Now, needs 7 and 2 shots. Ron Sloss left a Greek church during his roll-off. He needed 1. There it is. Now officially a winner. You know, Rusty, sometimes in match play, you know, in my experience, both watching and bowling, but mostly watching in this setting, you know, every now and then the competitors will have a little bit of gamesmanship. It would be, and I don't even know if Kyle did this on purpose, but it did seem like he took a little bit of extra time, kind of made Michael wait it out a little bit. So just think about it in this analogy. If your favorite football team sends the kicker out to try to kick the game-winning field goal, and of course the opposing coach then calls that timeout right before the play clock is about to end, et cetera and so forth. It was essentially that to a degree. It was like there was a timeout without taking a timeout. And Kyle did it, to me, he did it pretty well. Unfortunately, just didn't fill it up in the on the final shot, and Michael Fitzgerald will advance. But you got to do what you got to do, man. That was the sometimes there's the old offense and defense in bowling, and it happens.
That wraps up our round of 16. Michael Fitzgerald defeats Kyle Duster. Cortez Shank takes down Robbie Patterson.
All right,
Jacob
I got a
Butcher,
quick camera to change,
Taylor.
and then Brianna Cote is actually going to join us here for the round of 8. So to make sure I'm all good with what we need.
Derek Acuff.
All right, let me check things out here.
Brianna Cote and Greg Thompson defeats Chris Silva. Your next round matches on 3 and 4 will be Michael Fitzgerald and Cortez Shank. On 11 and 12 will be Jacob Butcher and Andrew Kane. On 1 and 2 will be David Haynes and Bob Wiley. And on 13 and 14, Joe Grondin and Greg Thompson. Go ahead and head down to your lanes. You guys will get 2 shots on each lane. The higher seeds will get choice. Fitzgerald is the higher seed. Jacob Butcher is the higher seed. David Haynes and Joe Grondin are your higher seeds on every pair. After your 2 shots in each lane, once again, it is 3 games. Total pinfall. We will be down to our final 4.
I'm done bowling, so I'm not going to shank anybody. But there are some people that might put that to good use.
So you're saying to go get my stuff back as a treat.
Do you still have their seeds? Who was what seed? Or do you have their names already?
I'm just putting their names in. I'm trying to do the higher seed on the favorites.
So Fitzgerald,
Who's on
That one's
11?
easy.
Who's on 13 and 14?
13 and 14 is 5 and 8 seed, which is
Rondon.
Grondin is 5.
Are we good for our 2 shots?
Yeah. You got.
You guys are good for your 2 shots whenever you're ready. Just let us know when you guys are all done so we can start you guys on scoring.
Pretty sure I got all the names in. And I just have them in a 3-game format, so it's condensed.
He's a lucky killer right now.
Good. Take those misses out.
There should be a rule on all lucky killers.
I like that rule. Yeah, I like that rule. They should all be on the same pair.
So how does the match play work for seating? It doesn't. It's just if you're looking at your phone. It'd be so funny.
You're left-handed. Quit asking questions.
That'd be so funny.
I know it's not your job. I just there's no one else. It is? Okay.
I'm just kidding. You can do it on there.
I
learned how to do
no
it.
clue. I'll tell Theo. Theo,
I got it.
Oh, you got
I'll
it.
tell you. I'll tell you good.
They're all good down there.
Anyone who's not willing is their job now. My job too. I go down there. Shit.
I'm having them start. We're fixing the house.
Trying to get it.
Way to go.
Why didn't it work the first time?
Okay, good people. All right, so here's what we have. We've got now 11 through 14, and you can see the angle there. So it is not ideal, but wow, Andrew Kane is bowling another left-hander.
Yes, he is.
Well, there's no more in the field, right?
I think we're down to our last two.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know
You
when he
win.
woke up today.
Congratulations, you get another lefty. You win. Congratulations, you get another
When he woke up
lefty.
today, and I'm sure he didn't expect it.
Oh no, not even close.
All right, how about that? Well, for those who always talk about that kind of stuff, doesn't apply
Here's your
today.
chance. No, we're throwing that out the window today.
So Andrew Kane taking on Jacob Buttriff, another match of legends in that sense. And then to the right, really good matchup here, Greg Thompson Jr. versus Joe Grondin. And then on 1 through 4, and that is where we'll be moving back and forth. I was trying to create a nice little something or the other, but with 4 pairs in one shot, it doesn't look the greatest. And so it's hard for me to kind of do a little double box of that kind of stuff.
It's too much to cram in one little screen.
Yeah. So perhaps maybe for the semis, it's a little bit more doable, potentially, which will be 5, 6, 9, and 10, I
Yeah,
think.
so a little closer. Closer together, anyway.
Correct. All right, so. Bree.
Emil.
How you doing?
You know, I'm doing all right. Got a little, tried my best to win that match there against Bob, but you know, he bowled really good, and it was his day today, and that's all right. Oh, that was an awesome split there by Andrew. Got distracted, sorry.
No.
I love seeing splits made. It's really cool. But yeah, I was fortunate enough just to get 2 round buys. I struggled pretty much most of the time yesterday, and then found something towards the end to get those 2 buys. So, you know, just tried my best today and came up just a little bit short, but hey, that's all right.
How do you sum up you know, a weekend like this to where, especially on the heels of a U.S. Women's Open win, right? Would it be different slightly if that hadn't happened?
I don't think so. I mean, regardless, I still want to win every tournament that I compete in, whether it's a local event here or if it's a national tour event or even for a major title. So, still trying to do my best, no matter what the event is. Definitely, there can be more on the line when it comes to the U.S. Open title as opposed to the Cactus Classic title. But still, I still want to win them all.
Well, I mean, you know, 10K too is still
10K. 10K is 10K.
Yeah, I know it's no U.S. Women's Open, but
it is not. But the field is really strong. The lanes are not easy. We're calling this U.S. Open 2.0.
Oh yeah, you did say that.
Yeah, they're they're tough. You know, there's a good amount of oil out there, and the pattern is just unique in its own way. So it's pretty demanding for us to knock them all down.
Again, Buttriff, Kane, Grondin, Thompson, and GT2 with their front 4. Let's see, Buttriff tried to make this particular split, unable to. Let's take a look at 1 through 4 here. Cortez on a 4-bagger along with Michael Fitzgerald.
Yes,
look at this matchup.
And these 2 were doubles partners in the PBA Holman Roth doubles. So partners here now bowling against each other and looking like they're going to have a good match here. Then we have Bob Wiley and David Haynes. Don't count Bob Wiley out, man. He's a tough dude. Bowled against him. His ball reaction kind of went away. He made a really good ball change, and he was making some really good shots. So I think that's going to be a good match down there, too, with him and David Haynes.
Both with now 5 in a row.
Yes. And Fitzgerald bowled really good yesterday in qualifying. I think he's our overall #1 seed.
Plus 201.
201, yes. I actually bowled next to him yesterday morning, and he made them look like, I don't know what he was bowling on, but He made,
I don't either.
I don't think any of us knew, but he bowled amazing, and it looks like it's just kind of carrying over. I know his first match was a nail biter over there, but he came with that win, and it looks like he's taking full advantage of that. But of course, Tez is not really gonna let him go too much.
I said earlier that Brianna, or not Brianna, Coach. I'm copying. I'm copying and pasting your name because I can't easily access the accent mark where I
fine.
need to.
Yeah.
So I do this a lot, by the way.
I can see that. It's not your first rodeo.
No, I copy and paste. But Cortez came back a couple times today, but one specifically with the Jack Sullivan match. And I've seen him before as someone who, A, he's never out of a match, and 2, if he does get a break, which he got a runaway Brooklyn carry in that Sullivan match, he always responds with a better or great shot.
Yes.
Which is exactly what he did again.
Yes.
And here he is, like, every time I see him, I anticipate him to either be in the finals or certainly close to it.
Yeah, and he, he's an incredible bowler. I mean, I compete against him all the time when I'm home out here, and he's one of the ones that's always in contention for no matter what we're bowling on. But yeah, he tries to take advantage of any breaks that he gets, and he's a pretty good shot maker too, as it is. So he's definitely a tough competitor and won't shy away from the challenges that he faces.
All right, on the right side, the scoring has slowed down for Jacob Buttriff.
As well as Andrew. Andrew looks like he's struggling a little bit. But GT down there is on the strike train.
He's got 6 in a row.
He's finding something. I know he didn't have a really high score match down here, so I will say from like end to end they played a little bit different, so that probably played into him, or maybe trying different stuff down there, but they're definitely different from end to end in this center.
Have you been in a situation like GT2 where, whether it was feel or just trying to do too much to make the best shot possible, especially in a close match, where you say, you know what, 9th frame, I'm just throwing it at the head pin. I'm gonna leave something I can make. At worst, that's the hope there. And then did the same thing in the 10th when he needed a mark.
Yeah, I think it comes into our mind more times than not. We're like, okay, what's the easiest way to A, hit the head pin, and B, leave something semi-makeable to pick up if we do need a mark, or even if we just need count. So it definitely, I think, crosses people's mind a little bit more often than not, especially on some of the tougher conditions that we compete on. This is definitely one of the tougher ones that I've competed on, as far as not a U.S. Open standpoint, but still it's a very tough pattern to once they start to break down. I think we saw that a little bit in the afternoon squad yesterday, and as well as last night. Games 7, 8 tend to be a little bit higher scoring. I feel like the lanes finally started to open up a little bit, to where you had a little bit more something to throw to, and allowed scores to go up, and even the pin carry to be a little bit better. But to get through the fresh and transition, it was shot making and spares for sure.
See GT2 now with the front 7. Fitz. And the 210.
210 standing. Very commonly, a lot of 2-pin combinations on this pattern. Oh, big 4. Looks like he still has a pretty sizable lead, though, against Joe.
Grondin at the moment can get you 220 max.
Okay.
A lot of hellos to you, by the way.
Oh, hello, everybody.
Allison said hello. Tom Nico said Bree is the best. Who else said something?
Hello, thanks for listening.
All fine.
Thanks for watching.
Hello, Boofin. Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I see you every week. What's one more week? I love seeing you.
I know, you're right. That's
This is just another week for me.
very. This event and this week kind of felt like it was almost like a tourist type of week.
Yeah.
Right? You're bowling. Then I walked into what theoretically is the locker room here, essentially for the players, and
Yes.
we were just chilling yesterday, waiting.
Waiting for
And it
me
was
to
just
bowl.
like, yeah, this looks familiar.
This looks familiar. Yeah, I've been here before. Yeah, I was just kind of hanging out, waiting for my
There was a
second
pro-am.
squad. There was a pro-am. We had a good time. It was fun. The people here were really fun to bowl with. We had a good time. And I was really thankful to them. They came watch me bowl
As I say,
yesterday.
sounds like made a few
I
fans.
made a few friends, and I was really grateful to have them here and just to meet some new faces. So that's why the pro-ams are always great to participate in. And we had fun. Wesley and I made a 7-10. Wesley
That's
Lowe and
right.
I. It was a little close for a moment, but we did it. That was fun.
Andrew Kane gets some carry.
Looks like Jacob found something in there for his game. He has 3 in a row down there against Andrew.
Cortez did strike off camera in the 9th. Get you back over there in 1 second. Let's see Andrew Kane's 9th frame shot. Joe Grande can max at 209. There's GT2 on the right of your screen.
2-pin.
At least a 2-pin.
That's a 9th fit, correct?
See what else is there. Yes, that is the 9th frame.
Yeah. Oh, the 10 goes late.
Big double there.
That's, yeah. You know, watching Fitzgerald and Tez Bowl, I hadn't seen too many people kind of playing super far in the 2 squads that I bowled yesterday. So I'm interested to see. Tez, I know, bowled Friday afternoon, so lanes might have been a little bit different Friday afternoon for him, but I think he was pretty far left when he bowled. But again, I haven't really seen, most people are trying to play to the right, especially on the fresh, and then maybe migrated towards the track, but I really haven't seen a ton of people around me really migrate in. I did qualify the first morning block with Joe Grondin, and he pretty much stayed in the track the whole time and either threw it harder or went to a cleaner ball if the one he was working stopped. Definitely a little bit different paths to attacking this. I feel Jacob's kind of been on the gutter almost the entire time, maybe just finagling with a couple different balls.
Oh boy, GT2
open for 220, I believe.
missed the bucket in the 10th frame.
That's a hard spare on this. It's a hard spare on anything, actually.
Hutch fits here, and then we'll see Jacob Buttrup's fill shot. And at this moment, obviously, this is the round of 8, so you anticipate tough matches and very close matches. Fitz didn't like it as soon as he let it go. Spare to get him to 233. Bob Wiley takes care of that. What was a 2-5?
2-5, yes. Yep.
All right, nice shot there from Butters. 223.
223 for Jacob, and Andrew can max out for 219, I believe.
And again, at this point in the bracket too, or the entire bracket, once we got through the first round, which was 17th and 32nd seeds, which were the normal way you would line up a bracket in that regard. The higher seeds who had buys as they entered would then bowl the lowest remaining seed.
Yes, it's a little bit different, and Theo has been doing that for a lot of his events that we compete in. He tends to, I think, just trying to change it up a little bit as far as how a bracket would work. But that doesn't always mean that the higher seeds are at an advantage. Unfortunately, Tez had an errant shot there.
Andrew can get to 198 here on the fill.
Tez going for the spare. Oh. I think that is the worst break in bowling.
100%. I agree.
Worst break in bowling. Like, ugh. You spent all that effort to get that headband over there, and then it wraps it. 225 for Tez. Match on 1 and 2 here is pretty close as well. 197 for Andrew.
.223, 197. Buttriff leading Andrew Kane.
Our match on 1 and 2 is still finishing up.
Is there a small delay over there? Ball return?
I'm not sure. I mean, they definitely didn't strike as much as Fitzgerald and Tez, so maybe the pace a little down. But I don't know.
Okay.
They may have had a ball return or two. I don't know.
All right, good opening shot, game 2 here for #1 overall seed. Here's the fill from David Haynes.
That looks like 204 for David Haynes.
Yep, I forgot whose pick that was in the chat, but obviously
It's a good
David's
pick,
still alive.
Still alive. I would never count David Haynes out.
No.
Mm-mm. Look at the ball change from Tez.
Oh, Paul Palmer meant to wanted me to ask. Did you were you aware, or are you aware at this point, that Bob Wiley is from Rochester?
Yes. So I learned this yesterday. I was packing up and was talking to him and his wife, and they were like, hey, we're from there. And I was like, I did not. And we were talking about this facility and how great it was. And, they were, we're just talking about Rochester. And I was like, I had no idea that you guys were from there. So small world that we're in the same area. And, yeah, so it's great to, fun fact there. They said they came here because it rained too much.
Yeah.
And I said it did rain for like the first 3 days.
It rained a little bit.
I said, I told them, I was
That's
like,
great.
yeah, it rained like the first 3 days we were there. And they're like, yeah, that's why we left. And I said, well, it doesn't rain here, so it's perfect.
Good shot there for GT2.
Do you need a new one, or are you good? You're good?
Oh,
Venmo's all clear, so.
okay, thank you.
All right, saw that fill shot there from Bob. 201, 3-pin.
And, yeah, he's a tough opponent. Oh, flat 10 there by Tez.
Those of you who may just be joining us, my name is Emil Williams Jr. in the booth with Brianna Cote. She lost in the round of 16 to Bob Wiley, we were just talking about.
Yeah.
She also won the U.S. Women's Open, I guess, almost 2 weeks ago at this
Week and
point.
a half, yeah, almost 2 weeks ago. Yeah, crazy.
How many times have someone come up to you this week and said, hey, we watched you on TV?
A good amount. And, it's still surreal. Because I know I was on TV, but, you're not focusing on being on TV when you're trying to compete for a major title. But, yeah, it's pretty cool. And then I think my favorite is when they know who wins, but they hadn't seen the match yet. And then they go back and watch it because it was an exciting match. It was still anybody's game to win. So it's definitely one for the record books on that one.
This is the second time that I've personally seen Joe. Another great shot there from GT. Seen Joe Grondin in a high-level event like this. I saw him earlier in the year at the Bradley Open, and he made the step ladder there as well. Made the finals. looking to try to make the finals here at the very least. Obviously, the round of 4, but he's got to get past GT2.
Yeah. Didn't he make a PBA show this year?
He did, and Shawnee.
Yeah. So he's definitely been bowling pretty well this year. And I believe he's originally from the California area, because like I said, I did a cross with him, and I asked him, like, where
I think
you from?
San Diego.
And he said, I'm originally from California, but I live in Michigan, I think he said now.
He does. He was in Grand Rapids.
I didn't even see him.
He was
He was there a whole
practicing.
week. We didn't even see him.
he was on the high end practicing.
Was he in
while
the
we
VIP lane area?
Not yet, no.
Oh, okay.
We were setting up. He was down practicing with some of the Davenport.
Oh, okay. I didn't even
players.
like realize that he was there.
He was, I believe he was an assistant coach. I saw him at a few tournaments.
Oh.
A few collegiate events, actually. So he does live in the area.
Awesome. Yeah. That's why I was kind of like, when I saw him here, I was like, oh, it's a good event to come out. So wherever you guys are from, come on out. I believe it's going to be about the same time next year.
This event?
Yeah, I believe. He tries to keep it around this time of year.
Yes. I know he was thinking about that already, thinking about what's around this weekend next year. Sounds like Bowl Expo might be in Colorado, so might try to make sure there's no
but usually,
conflicts, if you will.
Yeah, but usually Bowl Expo wraps up by like that Thursday, Friday. Not just because I've been there, so I know. But I think it usually wraps up by the weekend, so you could still make a Saturday shift. So that's definitely doable, and it's a great facility. I mean, it is hot. I will say it is kind of hot outside, but we have nice air conditioning inside for everyone.
San Pedro, California.
San Pedro, okay.
According to Joe's bio from his Wichita State Shocker days. And according to his bio on the PBA website.
Perfect. Okay. So now that we know.
San Pedro, California for Joe Grande.
Getting educated here. Fitzgerald looking for a 4.
Front 4 again for Fitz.
Yes, he's feeling really good on this pattern. Jacob Butcher with the front 5.
Andrew Kane strike, 9 spare, 9 spare double. I know from these angles, the scores are a little tough to see, so I'm making sure to let you know what is happening as it's happening. And that's a 3-bagger for Andrew Kane. And in case you needed to, folks, let me drop in these game 1 totals for you.
See how close some of these matches are. Most of them actually are pretty decent. I don't know, what did Joe Grande shoot game 1?
189.
Okay.
So, Bree, I do want to mention, and obviously you bowled, and we all know you as a bowler. But you also are a big part of this tournament in a different way, from a sponsorship perspective, between you and your husband, Randy, with Apparel EFX.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. We sponsor the CBE, whether it's the Cactus Classic or just the regular CBEs that Theo holds. Usually about once a month. He runs open divisions. He runs seniors, super seniors. He does doubles events. He tries to really cater to scratch bowling around here in Arizona, which is really great. So if you win any CBE event, you get a free jersey. And just kind of our way to give back to the bowlers as well as Theo, and definitely been on board since Theo decided to run this complete bowling events. And I participate in all of them that I can, that I'm here for, because I bowl anything and everything that I possibly can as long as I'm home. And so he does a great job with his events. He runs them smoothly. He's a great tournament director. He's also my doubles partner for the Open Championships. So
how about that?
How about that? Yeah. So we have a good time. I've known Theo since I was a junior bowler, so we go way back. And I helped kind of, when he came to me that he wanted to put on a huge event, like he wanted to have like where people would come from around the country, and he's like, how do you think we should do people from qualifying? And I had mentioned, you know, when I had gone overseas to bowl, that people would make the cut from their squad. It wouldn't be like an overall thing. And so he's like, I kind of like that idea that you take so many people from every squad, and then maybe you take the remaining from something else. And so it kind of just stuck, just to change it up a little bit, because people get so used to, okay, there's 4 squads, but then you have to combine all the scores. If you just have to focus on your squad, kind of makes it a little bit easier on the bowler.
Yeah, no running board, if you will.
No running board, yeah. So you're just beating your squad. So he really liked that idea, and that's how this format came into place. Just throwing out some ideas of events that, you know, I bowled, or any of the other ones, Jacob, you know, running around some of the events that the men have bowled. So this is kind of how it came about, and wanted it to be 8 games, you know, a good amount of games. And yeah, and then he's like, well, let's do a Desperado squad. I really want to make things interesting. I said, okay. I said, you're the one here.
He's accomplished that all right.
He has, yeah. So, you know, it's the 2nd year, and it's doing really well. So his goal is to really make it, you know, bring in the, you know, the bigger names from around the country, and even if he can get it from around the world. So I think we'll get there, you know, but you got to start somewhere. And he's doing really well, and we're fortunate to have you come out here and show the world what's out here. So we got some good bowlers out here in Arizona.
It's really packed.
It is.
Honestly, the
yes.
talent level is legit.
It's insane, and it's kind of like Arizona. Everyone's like, man, it's just a desert.
Right.
But we got some good bowlers. We have some competitive scratch bowling, so it's definitely a really good event. And he doesn't want to make it super strike fest. You know, lanes are gonna break down and they can get easier, but you know, he wants whoever to win to earn that 10K.
Well, this week is definitely an earn it week.
It is definitely an earn it week.
Joe Grondin, big double. And well, he's going to be in the 240s potentially with 2 more in the 10.
Jacob with the, tripping out the 6-8 like that.
Again, thanks to all of the sponsors: Apparel EFX, Chuck's Painting, Brunswick, Ramsey Auto Center, 10-Back Bowling Solutions. We heard from Ryan Riley this week. Oasis Pet Grooming. We heard from Jen Mayer this week. David's Desert Chapel, Yates Buick GMC, and True Amateur Tournaments Desert Southwest. We heard from John Verbal as well.
Yes, thank you for all of them for supporting CBE and making this possible for us.
All right, so Andrew Kane, 9 spare in the 9th. His max is 225. Let's catch up on 1 through 4 here. Fitzgerald, front 4, 7 spare double. Cortez, as you can see, the old, what was that, the 6, 9, 10?
Yes, he's got 124 in the 6, so with a spare, so he's clean. And then on 1 and 2, we had David Haynes with strike, spare, turkey, and he's actually up on lane 2. See his ball going down the lane. Oh, that was 4-bagger. Or the people that I was bowling with, they liked ham bone yesterday.
Nice.
They're like, can you get a ham bone? And I was like, oh, you're asking a lot right now. I was having a double.
I was going to say, you might have made that happen later in the block.
Later in the block. Early in the block, they're a little tough. And then Bob Wiley's kind of struggling. He's got a couple opens through 6 frames. So David Haynes has a pretty good lead this game.
GT2, I'm sorry, Joe Grondin, 216, and GT2 after that front 7 start, but only managed 220 in game 1. And now he's got to spare something that looks like a 3, 6, 9, 10.
Nope. I'm just gonna. That one was really tough on this, because to try to get the 9 pin with, or doing that where you get the 9 pin but not the 10, Yeah, that's a tough spare. So he even went hard and straight at it. Trying to get his final score there.
I think 193.
Yeah.
He just chopped it on cue.
Yeah, that spare is hard on this. Andrew Kane finishing up with 225. Good shot there by Bob Wiley.
Bob's got some work to do
He does.
against David Haynes here. Joe Grondin not wasting any time over there getting started.
No, he's a quick bowler. I mean, it was, like I said, I bowled with him, and we were we were bowling pretty fast. He takes no time. He just goes. And Fitzgerald is just striking away.
This looks like qualifying now.
It does.
For
It
him.
really does. It really does. Like there was a couple games where he started out with some blips, but then it was like, okay, there you go. He found it again. Here it goes. A good shot. Wrap 10, I think. Oh, that's a good shot there by Bob. So what's the pin difference there for Joe and Craig? It's got to be pretty close.
It is.
I'm doing some math here. I'm not. Emil is.
8
8 pins.
in favor of Greg Thompson
Greg
Jr.
Grave, and I think
413, 405.
all right, here he spared it. So he has a spare. Joe with a strike. Jacob with 258. David Haynes not letting up.
Wow. So we'll get back to 1 through 4 in a moment. GT2 is going to have to find something, and I think he has. It's there, but I feel like his miss room
Is not as much.
just like almost most
Everyone-
of the field
most
this
of the
week.
field, yeah. I mean, when you like how I learned this pattern through all the games that I bowled is you got to find that ball that at least gives you some error, and then if you do make an error in shot, that you're getting like 9 or 8 when you're leaving like the 6, whether it's 3, 6, 9, 10 or the bucket or you're washing out. That's what makes it really hard to kind of stay on top of the scores, but. Yeah, his miss room doesn't seem to be in his favor right now.
Trying to remember last year's performance for Jacob Butcher, and I feel like he either got to the round of 16 or the round of 8 and lost.
I would say he probably got to the round of 16. I don't know if he got to the round of, I got to the round of 8 last year. I'm trying to remember. He could have, but I could look it up for you and let you know.
Tough 9-pin off camera there for Buttriff. Grondin did begin with a double. GT2, a couple of spares to start. Missed the head pin left at Grondin.
Grondin missed the head pin left. Yeah, I did see that a few times. So 223 for Tez.
448. He's going to be trailing.
448 and trailing, when he'd probably be
Minus Jacob Buttriff.
minus. I was gonna say that minus Jacob.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Oof.
that's what you need right there. You need to be able to break those up. If my phone would work, I'd be able to tell you what place Jacob got last year, but it's just not happening.
Thanks to my guy Jeff, my man Jeff. Hey, stay safe out there, Jeff. If it's too hot, that's right, cut those miles off. 7 instead of 8 is all right too.
Yep. So Fitzgerald is going to be in the 250s. Oh, okay. So Jacob Buttriff actually finished 17th last year.
Okay.
So he probably got a 1-round bye. Of course, Darren Tang was the winner last year. So of the remaining bowlers that competed last year and this year. David Haynes is the only one still alive from the top. David Haynes and Fitzgerald are the only ones still alive from the top 10.
How about that? Okay.
Fun fact, right? So, yeah. Derek Acuff and myself went out the last round, and then David Haynes was 9th, Fitzgerald was 10th. Bob Wiley was 12th last year, so
Yeah, he made a nice run. I
he
remember
made a
him.
nice run, you know? Yeah, so just to kind of throw that out there, we got some newer faces kind of in the top here. So, yeah.
See how David Haynes finishes this 10th frame, and then we'll check in on 11 through 14. Uh-oh.
Oh, that one a little too forward.
2-4-10.
410. I feel like the men make the 210 like it's a 10 pin. Like I do. Like when I watch them, like if I watch them on Bowl TV or anything or on TV, like it's just okay, got it. So I try to like, okay, what is that equivalent to like the women? Is it like just a 2 pin?
2-4-10. Well, what was the most common lead for you this week?
Here?
Yeah.
I feel like I shot a lot of 3-6-10, 3-6-9 times because I was trying to avoid the OB to the right. So my misses tended to be more left. But for the men's standpoint, who could shape it a little bit more than myself, I saw them leave a lot of 2-8-10 or 2-10 combinations. Looks like Joe Grande went double, spare, double.
There's some really large leads.
Yeah.
Except GT2 and Joe Grandin. That's the
Yeah,
closest
that
match
one's
here.
Close, and I think he has spare, strike spare?
Joe?
Greg.
Yes.
Yeah. Trying to rely on my eyes, and it's just pretty far down there. Yeah, but as far as everyone else, there's still some sizable leads. I mean, I would still say Tez can still get there. He can start striking, and maybe Fitzgerald slows down a little bit. Andrew, I don't really know. Jacob looks pretty comfortable.
Well, it was funny. I mean, he looked comfortable during his qualifying block. And there was a moment where it was on 7 and 8, specifically lane 7. And he got some early hook. Ball started hooking in like, first arrow. And, just buried the rack. And I'm like, oh boy, if he sees this early hook, he might go off and hide. And it didn't work out to that extent, but he did end up leading. Was able to manage. He kind of shot a couple 2-0s. I think his high game was like 240.
Yeah, he was fairly consistent overall. Like he just, took advantage of that. Yeah, I mean, he bowled really well. I saw his scores. I think he shot 200 every game.
He did.
And so I don't know. I don't even think Fitzgerald did that during qualifying, and he was our #1 seed.
Yeah, I thought he did. Theo reminded me he had shot 185 game 1.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's some pretty good bowling when that's hard.
Grandin is starting to put the clamps down.
He's starting to, I think, get a little comfortable down there and take advantage of this match.
GT2, if you're just joining us, game 1, he started with the front 7 and a couple of late opens, only got to 220 that game. Followed with 193, the open in the 10th. That looked like a pretty good shot. It was either just a 10 pin or a 7-10.
I think it's just a 10 pin. Trying to see if there's a circle around that number, but I don't think so. I think it's just the 10. Bob Wiley starting with the front three down here against David Haynes.
I would be using my trusty, or Theo's trusty monitor. I appreciate him. I asked if I could borrow one for the weekend. He bought a new one.
Oh.
But he said he needed one anyway, so it wasn't just a purchase
wasn't
for
just
me.
for you.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I didn't need to. You didn't do that. And he was like, no, mine actually cracked, so I needed it.
Oh, but yeah, because he usually has one out for the other events,
Yes.
and that's where he puts the scores.
And but when I turned it on this morning when we started, it gave me the indication that it was like stuttering, which made me think that there was something wrong here.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, oh, I checked here, everything's good. And then I'm like, nope, we're done with that for today. No,
We'll figure you out
we
later.
don't want any trouble.
Yeah.
GT2 and a must strike here. He did do
There he
it.
goes. I bowled a PBA member, non-member with GT 1 year. We had a really good time. That's back when we were both throwing 14 pounds because it was like pretty much after he'd hurt his arm.
Sure.
But we had a really good time. So
Well, how fast was he throwing?
he was still throwing it pretty fast, you know. But yeah, he's a fun guy. Joe's not he's not going away.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not looking good.
So,
Wrestling nerd? Yes, that is an Andrew Kane sighting.
yes, it is.
The
Andrew.
Prez.
Drew.
People want to call him that.
The Prez. So something interesting just happened. I don't know if they can see us on 3 and 4. So Fitzgerald left the big 4 and tried a different ball. So he neglected to get count.
Oh boy, okay.
And I mean, I know he's got a sizable lead, but for personal experience where every pin counts.
I can't say I've ever seen that happen.
I mean,
Not in a match play scenario.
no, because I mean, I'm looking, okay, so he lost, I mean, yeah, he only lost 2 pins, but now he's looking at back-to-back splits, and he's up by, what is that, 39? So, I mean, it could kind of be costly if he didn't get those extra 2 pins to just see something different. I would say maybe if it was like match in hand or the last ball. So I'm curious to see how that one's going to play out with that. Speaking of the low end, also Bob Wiley has front 4 against David Haynes. It's getting interesting.
Oh, GT2 got himself a wondrous break. Gonna need them all just to give himself any kind of chance. And let me see if he gets them all.
I think it's 226.
226 plus, so that would get him to 639. And Rondon would need 235.
So he would need a mark. Is that correct? We're gonna have Emil verify.
223. Yeah, he would.
Verify because I'm.
Yes, he would.
In case y'all know, I'm not really good at bowling math.
Well, GT2 again. It needs at least the first 2, but all 3 will be good. That's 1.
This is the fun stuff.
Well, okay.
Okay.
Hello, Chris Hester, by the way. Andrew Kane did not like that one. And again, Kane was trailing by 59 pins.
Jacob's struggling here, middle part of this game, but still, I mean, Drew hasn't really been able to put any strikes together.
I can't wait to, I won't ask him immediately, but what's the percentage when you woke up this morning that you were going to bowl 3 lefties?
In a row.
In a row. In match play.
I think, I mean, all the lefties have bowled each other. Right there hasn't.
Here it is. Yeah.
Ooh. No. There was, what's his name? Perry. Ben, is it Ben?
Ben Perry.
Ben Perry. He was a lefty, I don't think.
Yes. GT did double. Again, if he gets the next one.
I mean, if he gets 9, would he still need? I mean, so if he gets 9, that's 25. So yeah, either way, because it counts. So if he gets at least 9, he forces him to mark.
Yes, the magic number for Joe Grondin would be 232 if he does strike out.
Oh, 232. So then, yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, I'm sorry, 235.
235, yeah. I was going to say, if we went to 232, now we only need
My bad.
It's okay.
It was 232 for another match
Yeah,
earlier.
bowling math is hard.
It was another match I'm thinking of. Uh-oh.
It's getting spicy down there, so.
We're going to go there next.
So this is our situation, is the matches on 1 and 2, and of course 13 and 14 are the one that are getting really good, but luckily the ones on 1 and 2 are only halfway done, where 13 and 14 is in the 10th frame. So GT filled all of them in the 10th frame.
This is a, I'm just thinking of this as if this was me. It's a very winnable match there for GT2. So depending on what Joe does here, we're going to find out in 1 second.
Here's a mark.
Did not sound good.
That sounded like.
That's
8.
3-6.
Has to make it. Oh.
Bob Wiley front 6 now. And a match that he was trailing by 61 pins.
And David Haynes has 94 in the 6th. He's on an open in the 6th. Something with the Fitzgerald and Cortez match is getting a little closer, so stay tuned. We'll get over there.
Grondin handles it.
Bears it.
All right, just 4 pins, or I'm sorry, 3 pins. Stay behind the foul line. Meanwhile, Jacob Buttriff continuing. Bowl well, put up a nice number against Dylan Taylor earlier in his first match of the day. He will defeat Andrew Kane. And again, the higher seeds are facing the lowest seeds remaining. Grondin finishes with 242. Let's get you down to 1 through 4 here.
Yeah,
Nice bowling by Andrew Kane, by the way.
Bob split. Looks like he 2-4, 8-10 and got 2. He's made up some ground though. Same thing with Cortez. Shot there by David. I don't know what he made. Maybe he was trying to, it's one of those things where you're just trying to be done and then you make it.
Do a little.
Mill's gonna do some math.
Adding here in this Shank Fitzgerald match, because we've seen this movie before.
Yeah, because the movie keeps on, it keeps reminding, playing itself. Haynes, I don't know if he's just lost ball reaction. It's kind of hard from my angle, or he's just not making good shots, but he is definitely struggling in this game, and Bob has definitely found something. Same thing with Fitzgerald. He's
Cortez Shank now can come back and win this match.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Easily.
Officially now. Before that shot, Fitzgerald could have struck out for 211. Cortez would have needed 249, which he did not have, mathematically.
Yep. Yeah, I'm glad you asked me to stay for this. It got interesting. So if Fitz gets the 2.
Make sure I got the pairs down here.
Oh, good shot.
All right, so then our math between David Haynes. That's 194 max.
Correct, yes.
We'll put him at 633. Oh boy. Well, yeah.
And then
Bob's magic number was 256. So he
mean,
will need more frames.
he can't. David is not shut out.
Oh, no.
But
Not a stretch.
I mean, he can. So it's what he can shoot 92, 52, right? 252.
Yes. If he can strike out, if he can strike in the ninth, it's going to at least force David Haynes to mark in one of these frames. He cannot go open and still get it done essentially with if Bob Wiley strikes here.
Okay. This is a big frame for both of them. It's a great shot.
Red Rider, yes, that was Buttriff's first game sub 200 in this tournament. Bob has put himself in position. Now it's up to David Haynes.
Oh,
Big one
that's a
there.
great shot. Just by looking at David's game, it looks like he prefers the right lane over the left lane. Maybe that's not how, I mean, I don't know who the higher seed was. I think it was David, but maybe when the match started, he was preferring the left lane. And as the match progressed, they kind of flip-flopped on him. So we'll see what happens here this first ball in the 10th. And do the face again. 3, 6, 10.
It's up to Bob Wiley.
It is, like, no matter what.
He will have the ball in his court.
All right.
Meanwhile, Cortez Shank.
Off for Brooklyn. Oh, much better shot.
Handled to 3-6-10. 174 is now the max. We'll put his max total at 613. Bob has to have the first one in the 10th.
Oh.
Magic number 236.
236, yeah. And with that, for sure, 236.
613. This movie seems kind of familiar too for Fitz. I feel like he got kind of deep into this event. He won a really close match. I remember. Oh my!
Late kick on the 10. Those are the best. Those are the best.
He needed that too.
Yes, he did. His max is 177.
Yep. And series at 664. So Wiley must strike here.
Oh.
Greek Church through the middle, and David Haynes will hold on.
Move on. It's a good comeback though, right there by Bob. So that is not a foul. He did not let go of the ball, in case anybody's wondering.
Well, we had that
Been there, done that.
similar situation with Michael Haugen.
Yeah, just don't let go, and it's not a foul.
Great run again from Bob Wiley.
Definitely great bowling.
He shoots 218. It's
596.
613 to 596. Fitz needs them all here. We could have a possibility of a tie the way Cortez's scorecard is currently shaped. That's one.
Oh, ties.
If he does tie, I'm sorry, if he shoots 177, which is his max, that'll get him to 664.
Okay.
And,
Tez would need strike spare.
He would need a double.
Double.
Because
well, to win, right? But 216 is the tie.
216 is a tie.
So if Fitz shoots 177, regardless, Tez has to get the first one because it counts.
Yes. Yes. You're right, actually. To that point, yes. Because of count.
Oh, all right. So
now
this scenario changed. 165 is now Fitzgerald's max.
Who's a 652? Now it's 205
So
for Cortez. He will need a mark.
Yeah, he will need a mark.
A good count mark. 3-4 wouldn't be good because of count.
You picked that's fair.
Hey, listen.
I would have been.
Seen a lot of crazy stuff this week, as you know.
I would have been like, I don't want to shoot the 2-8. The 3-4 is what we're going with.
This is the scenario where you want the best possible mark you can get.
I pin.
You don't want to leave it to chance, especially because of the count scenario.
Yeah, this is where you really, really want to throw the best shot and just hope they all fall down.
Okay.
Well,
he has to make it.
So that's a ball change, by the way. I think he went with something that was maybe a little bit more safe in his eyes to leave something makeable.
If he misses this, it's a tie.
Oh. Nothing's guaranteed in this game.
There it is.
There's a winner. Doesn't even have to keep it on the lane.
Do it.
Good comeback there by Tez. Still great bowling by Fitzgerald. Bowled really good on this.
How long do you have here? So I know the people probably want to have you. Well,
Do you guys want me to stay? I mean, if you want me to stay, I'll stay.
I'll consult with the tournament director.
He was going to be like, sure. All right, so Tez is trying something else. All right. Tez pulls that one out, 661 to 652. Yep, yep. Tez was just saying the right lane is a little impossible. It hooks pretty early, and but he knows if he gets it right, he's not going to come back. So, in case anybody was wondering what the struggles were on that right lane.
Provided some exciting matches. We had Cortez Schenk defeats Michael Fitzgerald, the top seed. We also had Jacob Butcher, your 3 seed, defeats Andrew Kane. Jacob's your 3 seed. David Haynes, your 4 seed, defeated Bob Wiley. And your 5 seed, Joe Grundon, defeated Greg Thompson. In your next matches, you will have your 3 seed, Jacob Butcher, going against your 25 seed, Cortez Schenk. We will have them on 7 and 8. And then we have your 4 seed, David Haynes, against your 5 seed, Joe Grundon. We will have them on 9 and 10. Once again, guys, you guys will get 2 shots on each lane. Jacob and David will have the determination of which lane they would like to start on. Let us know when you guys are all done with your 2 shots on each lane and we'll get you guys started.
know I was still on. Oh. Well, apparently I'm staying. Emil is Emil is moving around some cameras, but I am staying, so I will be here to walk you guys through the round of 4. So we're gonna have Jacob Butcher versus Cortez Shank, Joe Ronner versus David Haynes. So we have some really good matches here, and I believe he's got the cameras all adjusted, so he will be back here in a second. But they just finished. I think maybe Cortez is finishing up his practice shots. you guys have any questions for me, please let me know. I'll do my best to answer them. It can be about anything. It can be about the pattern we bowled on here. It can be about bowling, anything. I'm always here to help you guys if you have any questions. And it looks like we are starting. So Joe starts out with a strike. Jacob, I believe, I don't know if he's the highest seed remaining. Taking on Cortez. Good shot there from Tez. All right, we got our top four all starting out with strikes. Hopefully these are going to be some close matches, just like we finished the last round, which was pretty exciting. So Carlton is asking, what was the pattern? The pattern was 42 feet. I can ask Emil when he comes back to put it up on the screen for you guys, but it was 42 feet, 35 milliliters of oil, so a lot of oil out there. The pattern shape is pretty unique, so like I said, as soon as Emil comes back, I will ask him to put the oil pattern up so you guys can take a look at that. Very unique in its shape, and it's a 1.43 to 1 ratio, so pretty tough. But like we had said earlier, usually games 7-8 in the qualifying rounds, they started to break down, got a little bit more, a little easier to score on, I would say. So I believe he put it up there for us, so there it is. So as you can see, the shape is a little unique that we have here this week. So I believe this pattern was designed for this event. It's not been used before. None of us, I believe, have bowled on it. I had not bowled on it prior to here, prior to these lanes. So definitely, if you just look at it, you're kind of like, what is this? This is unique. What are we bowling on? So I think what kind of makes this pattern a little interesting, one is the amount of oil. There's a good amount of oil on the lane, 35 milliliters. So there definitely tends to be some out of bounds to the right, but a lot of players tended to migrate to the right, especially with urethane, the guys, not so much the ladies that bowled. Keep their angles more in front of them until it broke down or they had something to kind of throw to get it to kind of read off of the spot. But the unique thing is it's kind of hard to see where it's really dark. There's kind of an area where the oil's pretty heavily spread across the lane. Kind of call that a speed bump, or just speed bump, if you will. So your ball will kind of hit that spot and makes it interesting. It's not sure what it's going to do. So when it does that, usually your ball will like to just keep going. Doesn't want to pick up in that early part of the lane. So that's why you might see a lot of the 2-8s or even washout combinations because of that. Depending on when you're hitting it on the part of the lane, makes it very tricky. So some people use it with surface. Some people try to battle it with ball speed. Every player is a little unique on how they want to attack that part of the lane. Good attempt there by Tez.
Thank you.
Yep. Emil's back.
Great job.
Thanks. I was like, oh, I'm on. My bad. I'm usually bowling. Sorry.
Hey, you gotta get everybody trained up.
You know, it's fine.
You never know.
You never know, yeah. I thought it was going to be pretty. Well, the only one that kept striking was Jacob, because everyone started with the strike. All four of them started with the strike. I was like, oh, here we go. And then the lanes showed themselves a little bit. So
that's what they do.
That's what they do. So Jacob is not slowing down there with the front four. This is our first one of the first rounds without lefty versus lefty, but we'll see what happens here.
When we get to 9 to 10, you'll see a little bit of an uptick regarding angle. As let me know if you would, and that's just because I'd like to get the score in the shot a little bit for you. So you'll see, obviously I'm trying to get the score so you miss the approach, where players are setting up, standing, etc. If you'd like to see that and would prefer not to see the score, would like me to just tell you what the score is, you just let me know and I can attempt to change it for you. So, round of 4. Again, the players left. Jacob Buttriff, one of the best in the world. Joe Grondin, trending upward.
Yes, like a rising star.
It is moving quickly.
Yes. Making a name for himself.
And a wonderful and positive position for himself. Wow. Let's try this one too. Or, I don't like that. I'm going to try
We're
something.
going to do some more adjusting here.
I just realized that this was 7 through 10. So, could do this. Not a big fan of it, though.
He's working something over here. Oh, uh-oh.
Wow.
Whoopsies. Well, this is why you get 2 turns. Try again.
Now, I didn't see where it ended up. Was it in the left?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah. I almost didn't think he could throw it in there. Just a blaring shot there from Jacob, but he's still ahead by 44 with Cortez struggling here through the first 5 frames. The match on 9 and 10 is also pretty close. Some struggles there with some splits, missed spares. Talked about earlier, you want to try to get into a ball that if you do miss, you're leaving something a little bit makeable. And just by looking at David Haynes' score, he's either striking, he got a 5 count, a 6 count. Not quite sure if this is the right ball. Maybe it's shot making ability. Joe, I believe he's throwing the same ball that I've seen him throw almost the whole time.
Yeah, what might be a Brunswick mindset?
Yeah, I think so. I really haven't seen him throw anything else. But actually, he just picked up I think it's a stealth something. I don't know if it's stealth pearl. It just says stealth, that's all I can see. Correct me if I'm wrong. Definitely better. Looks like a little bit cleaner.
Stealth pearl would be a newer release.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. That one was much cleaner. And I'm pretty sure Tez has thrown about 8 balls in 5 frames. So I don't know. He's trying to find something here.
Well, let me ask you a question about that because, again, I've seen him bowl enough, I feel like, at this point. And, you know, both players will kind of allow each other to chill. Cortez says, there you go. Go ahead, Joe. Take your time. But Tez, to me, is never afraid to make a ball change.
No.
And you called it in this previous match. Made a ball change in the 10th frame, which you made a ball change in the 10th frame recently to win a major title.
You know,
but where does that come from?
I think it comes from experience and learning, and sometimes like high risk, high reward, you know? I never, like for me personally, I never want to know what if. Like what if I did this? What if I did that? So even like say I'm bowling a qualifying block and it's game 8 and I have a fill ball, I'll probably try a different ball because what if I could have used this one and it was better. Or it's just more information like, oh no, that's not the right ball. So I think the more information you can gather when you're in these scenarios, the better. But sometimes you just gotta be risky for the biscuit, you know?
Nice. Nice.
And I will say, for the U.S. Open, my 3 ball reps were like, we can't throw that ball again on the right lane. And I said, so, this is what you're telling me. I got a ball change in the 10th frame for the U.S. Open. And they all looked at me and said, yeah. And I said, okay. Sometimes, you know, it's risky. And sometimes it pays off and sometimes it doesn't. But I think if you put yourself in those situations to take that risk, it doesn't become as much of a risk to you. The more you do it, it's just, you know, I'm not afraid to try it. Like, it could be the best ball change I ever made. It could also be the worst one, but you never know until you try it. And it also helps you bowl a little bit fearless.
Well, that's what you do on the PWBA tour. You bowl fearless.
We bowl fearless.
I don't know if you did that on purpose, but you set that up perfectly.
I did, didn't I?
Josh, you're right. The juice is worth the squeeze.
That's right.
I admire the courage that it takes to do that. You see Haynes again on the right of your screen. He'll take care of the spare.
And I think also there's a time and a place for it. If you're looking at scoring pace too, like if it's a tournament where the scoring pace is 190-2-0, no, you don't need to do some risky things to try to find score out there, because it probably isn't out there. But if you're plugging along and 190-2-0 is not 220-230 that you need to keep ahead, then yeah, I think you need to try to find something. So there's definitely a time and a place for it, but learning to not be afraid to do it also is just another tool in your bag.
That also means, you know, obviously you need to know everything in your bag.
Yeah, I mean, you need to know your arsenal, and it's huge. I mean, you have to know what your bowling balls do the majority of the time. Sometimes they surprise you, like sometimes you think a ball that should work doesn't, and then you use a different ball that you're like, that ball I didn't think would have a chance, but it ends up being the right one. You know, you never know, but you have to have at least an idea of what these kind of progressions look like in your game. And everyone's game is different. My progression could be completely different, is going to be completely different than Jordan Richards' progression. So don't try to base it off someone else. Learn your equipment, you know, really spend time practicing with your stuff. Maybe stay in the same part of the lane with all your stuff and just see what they do. That's the best advice I can give to learn your arsenal. So definitely make sure you know what you have in the bag.
In the booth with Brianna Cote. It's the round of 4 here at the CBE second annual CBE 10K Cactus Classic. Cortez Shank versus Jacob Buttroff. David Haynes versus Joe Grondin. David Haynes, so experienced, our Team USA member.
I feel like he's done everything. He's always, can't count him out, and proof he's still here right now. Grinded out that last match. Looks like Tez went to urethane, trying to find something.
You know, he was, I thought he was on this pair maybe a couple of matches sometime earlier in the day. He threw a few balls actually on this pair. Now that I'm, you know, really looking into it. And there was a point in the match where he threw dry urethane 4-shot, and then there was a it was a grayish ball there that's in the front of the ball return.
That is a UC3, so
he used that too.
Like a kind of urethane-ish. Yes, he loves that ball. By the way, he loves that thing. So, yep. So definitely, I think he went to the pitch black. But yep, UC3. I'm pretty sure almost the entire rack is full of his stuff.
Let's see if we get a good look at that.
Oh,
that's a good spare.
Good spare there. That's a tough one. So, I mean, I think he's trying to find something for the next 2 games. Maybe if you get in the right ball, you know, anything can happen, as we saw from the last round.
Just a quick look at the ball return.
Yep. I'm pretty sure most of those are his. I think Jacob has 2 balls, maybe 3 on there. You know, sometimes. So, I don't know if you know this, but sometimes, like, if I don't want to make a ball change, you like put a ball on the rack to intimidate the ball you're using.
Okay.
And it's not the case here for Tez, because I think he just doesn't know which one to throw. But, yeah. So maybe he has some other options for the fill shots or the 10th frame. But, I mean, the pitch block didn't look too bad over here on lane 7. But, again, they changed so quickly.
Bump card, this is single elimination. No double at any point whatsoever in this event.
It is. So in a sense, it's like the Masters or Queens, except it's single elimination. 3-game matches. You win, you move on, you lose, try again. So definitely better than having a single game elimination. So the 3 games just make it a little bit more interesting for the bowlers, for us to watch, because you can come back in 3 games as opposed to 1, a little bit different. But single elimination, just to kind of make it so we're not here all day.
Yeah, yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could get interesting.
Yep. Tez with the 144, so I don't think that's the play, but we'll see. So 201 for Jacob, 144 for Cortez, 199 for David Haynes, and 170 for Joe Grondin.
David Haynes just went to let's give it a little slide on the approach and test things out.
Yeah.
Bump card, the Gremlins, they don't mess around, man.
No.
They show up when you'd least expect them to, for sure, and
Yes,
they cause trouble.
They do.
All right, nice opening shot there for Buttriff. It is still the burn. They oiled 1 time today.
Yes, they oiled this morning, and that is the only time, from my understanding, that they will be oiled. Let's see it. Ted's gonna. Looks like he's sticking with the urethane. Let's see what happens. Yes, he just gives me a thumbs up because he doesn't really know what to do.
Grondin to your right.
Just up there.
Had he been throwing 2 different balls, 1 on each lane? We were talking about the mindset, and then you mentioned the what looked to be maybe a stealth pearl.
I think it is a stealth pearl. I know he's on that for sure on the right lane. The last 2 shots I've seen him throw on the right lane. No, he's throwing it now on the left lane. Tez there with a good break. So I'm trying to decide, okay, you watch us bowl. Who bowls faster, Joe Grondin or Shannon Pulaski?
Man.
It's a good one, huh?
I was just about to say that. Look, there was probably maybe half a second, 2 seconds that went by the time he picked up his ball and stepped on the approach and went.
It's a tough call.
I don't know. Let me look at Joe again. Let me look at it one more time. Haynes on the right.
4-pin.
He leaves a 4-pin again. That early double for Grondin. David Haynes, but has the 29 pin advantage over Joe, 199, 170. And Buttroff, who shot 201 in comparison to Cortez's 144.
Yeah, pretty sizable lead there for Jacob. So we are now all right, that was a pretty good shot. It looks to be, I think it was a TNT for Tez.
Oh, fifth arrow move there.
Yeah. Cool. Showing his versatility there.
You know, the good news is, like, literally, the interesting thing to me is watching Cortez, and I said this when we started the day. He's been in camera range for the majority of the day, speaking of Cortez. That not afraid about ball changes, but he will also make moves on the lanes.
Yeah.
You know, suddenly, they may look sudden, but I'm sure, you know, and even if he doesn't have a plan, he's not going to waste the time to try something.
No,
or not to try something.
He's just trying to find something out there that's gonna get him comfortable, get him some pins. Unfortunately for him, he's bowling Jacob, who I think right now, when we're down to the round of 4, may have a slight advantage. It's hard to say. I mean, I want to say that, but then again, I don't, because, you know, Jacob had his struggles the last match as well. So there's been quite a good amount of play on the left side out here too. But Joe looks like he's found something with his ball change.
Trying to get a look at really what Joe is. We think it's a stealth pearl. But
yeah, I saw the stealth logo, but it's just so hard to tell.
I think the stealth might be on the rack.
Oh, almost got a break there, getting the 6-pin out.
Let me go find out.
Okay, I think it is a stealth pearl. Hold, please. It's gonna go find out. So shooting 2-8. Oh, that spare is so hard on this pattern. No, I almost contemplated shooting straight at it because it was so hard.
Oh, it's definitely not a stealth pearl. That label says ebonite.
Did he change balls again?
Yeah, so I think his stealth pearl is there. It's on the
I wonder if
back of the rack.
I wonder if he bowls so fast we can't even keep up with his ball changes. Maybe that is a GB4 pearl looking thing, purple thing. Help me out, people.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. See if we can get some answers.
It's purple. It says GB4, shiny.
I think it's the Game Breaker 4 Hybrid.
Okay.
It's the best color match based on what I'm seeing there.
It looks like the, yeah. We'll figure it out. Haynes with the double. I know what ball Haynes is throwing. He's on a Hustle USA. He's been throwing that pretty much the entire time. So I think he is now throwing the Game Breaker 4 on both lanes. Yeah, that looked...
Definitely this game, like the start of this game.
But, yeah. Okay.
Got ourselves a match next door.
Yes.
But
Jacob back on strike after Aaron frame there. I mean, I'd say it's a pretty good ball change.
Man, there's a lot to like about Joe. Yikes.
He is. Struggling.
He would be perfect mic'd up.
Oh my gosh. So I have thought about this for a really long time, and then when he finally went on tour, I was like, man, I want him to get mic'd so bad. But the problem is, I mean, for the most part, it's fine. But when it's not good, it's just not as clean.
Sure.
But his commentating to himself is hilarious.
I sit back here and try to decipher what he's saying.
Oh, it's hilarious. I've bowled with Tez many times, and he's a comical guy. He's funny, and just like how he explains things and his talking to himself, you just laugh. But he's always been very vocal and like it, so it's every shot, and to be mic'd up, it would get some viewers.
I don't know if he'll agree to it, but we might have to give it a try in the future.
Oh, it's great, yeah. Just like I said, he's as long as I can remember, that's how he's been. Good shot there by Haynes.
I'm sure all of Las Vegas
Cheering him on.
watching this and indeed cheering. Southern Nevada USBC Hall of Famer. Speaking of David Haynes.
He's done some stuff.
Mentioned his Team USA background.
Mm-hmm.
Joe on the right of your screen. That's a big 4 there. Multi-time gold medalist. He's on back in that time, the 2006 men's Team USA squad that won the team gold medal.
Awesome, yeah.
That was a very big deal at that time. They
Yes.
had won it in like, I think like 1995.
It'd been a while.
Or something like that.
It'd been a while, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, 1965.
Let's see. Oof, long time. And Jacob is continuing to do what Jacob does.
Two perhaps not so good shots from Joe.
Yeah.
Back to back here.
He's taking a walk. I don't know if he's going to get another ball. I think so. Just went, grabbed a different ball. Try another one, Tez.
Joe Grondin walked to the back, grabbed his ball.
Different ball.
Different ball. Excuse me. Yes, a different ball. A one slide onto the approach, and went.
He's quick.
All in one motion.
He's quick.
He didn't stop to put the ball in the rack. He didn't put his hand over the hand dryer. He literally grabbed the ball from the back, carried it to the approach. He already had it in his left arm cuddle, like, you know, about to put his ball or his hand in the ball.
Yeah.
Did a slide with his left foot, one motion, boom.
Yep. So you're saying he's faster than Shannon?
He might be. I didn't know it was possible.
Shannon's fast. When I bowled Shannon at the U.S. Open, we were done 3 frames before everybody else. So he's one of the faster guys on the men's tour. That's what we've learned
Well,
also about
it's
Joe.
Gotta be.
He's putting the other ones away.
Buttriff just continues
Come on. Cruising
on
along.
pace. David Haynes, he was in front of us here after his match on 5 and 6, a round or two ago, and he had put on his glasses to write down his score, and wrote down no glasses on a piece of paper and showed it to him. He said, I hadn't heard of that. I'm like, you don't need any glasses. And he laughed. He's like, no, yes, I do. Butchup did strike there.
I think Butch is on cruise control right now.
I mean, honestly, this is what I anticipated from him during qualifying after watching the first 2 games. But it ended up being more of a grind
Yeah.
than this situation. But obviously, match play presents something different. Qualifying was just something different.
Yes.
All in all.
Yes, it was.
Slow it down in front of the ball return. Again, the winners of these matches will face one another for the championship and $10,000.
That's right. And they're really cool. It's kind of a trophy. I mean, it's still a trophy, but it's really cool how they did it this year. It's it almost looks like a piece of concrete, but it's very well done with engraving of the champion. It's a unique, I think, trophy for a winner, which is cool. You always want to see what the trophy looks like.
Yeah, I've always heard that.
Do you? I mean, you go to all our events, so do you ever like look at the trophies and you're like, huh, that one's cool, that one's different? Like,
all of the above.
Yeah, because
Actually,
like
it doesn't matter the event.
yeah, you always gotta look at them. So, yeah, you never know. They're just, I mean,
You know, some are really, really
some are really cool.
original.
Yeah, exactly, original. That's the best word. Yeah, some are very original, and I think that's when like a center really takes the time and effort to make it unique to that area. I think it's really cool.
One of the two of the most original I've seen in recent memory. Spokane.
Yes, it's like a cityscape, right? That Danielle won in 21.
Yep.
21.
And then that very similar, almost the same, that Jordan won.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the other, which you know very well, Tucson,
Yes. I know who made that.
was fantastic.
That one was really cool. Yes. So it's definitely cool. I like how it's pretty much up to the proprietor or center to kind of come up with it and kind of have almost full creativity over that. So it's pretty cool to see.
The now one kind of standard trophy, if you will, that like standard in the industry, but it doesn't matter what year or decade, it still holds weight. There's 2. Anything with an eagle, which I think you would appreciate.
Yes.
And a crystal pin.
Yes.
Like no matter when those are out or
Yes.
what tournament it
Or
is.
what award, how you get it.
Those
Yes.
are just,
I have both. I have a
Well,
crystal pin
There you go.
that I got for winning national high sport average for female one year, which was pretty cool from USBC. It was really awesome, really pretty, and it's looks like the size of a real pin. It's really awesome. So I guess I can hang out with my eagle.
Do you have a trophy case now, or had you had one before?
I didn't have one until we moved into our new home. My husband Randy made one for me, so but it's kind of full at the moment, so I have to do some rearranging. But it's going to be a good rearranging. So yes, he made me a trophy case to display all my big trophies and stuff, which is really awesome. And I'm glad that he did that for me. So yeah, it's good. It's a good thing to have, and just so you can kind of look back at the memories, all the cool stuff you've done.
Joe Grondin 204. David Haynes in the 220s.
224 for David Haynes.
They're off and running, game 3. Out to the gutter with
So this is like, so watching Tez right now is like watching a sprinkler, but like he's not spraying it everywhere. He's just trying all parts of the lane. I think he's really just trying to figure something out. And I mean, he's down by 112. You know, so again, I think he's just trying to learn as much as he can and try to just get some information.
.423, 374. Haynes leading Grondin. Jacob just, one shot at a time, just
Yeah, just kind of
keeping his rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, don't do anything different that you've already been doing. Just get up there and make shots. It's okay if you don't strike. Just go pick it up, As I have said before, no lead is ever big enough.
Well, and obviously in this format,
Yes.
we certainly know that to be true.
Yep, definitely. Not sure what the...
Wow.
Ted keeps looking at me. He said he's on last resort. I think we're getting into the Z game.
Well, I mean, just the fact that he's even able
To do all
To
these
do
things, he's such a versatile kid. Like, he's really good. He's really good, and it didn't even go in. He's a comical kid. He's so funny, but he can do so much, and so it's just really good to see him bowling well. He did go out on tour for the first time, full time this year, and he had some struggles in the beginning, and I kind of talked to him about it, and he's like it's so different than home. And I said, yeah, it is. It's but it's a learning experience. And then he got to the World Series. He started to figure something out, and he started bowling really good at the World Series, and he bowled really well at doubles. So I think he started to figure out what the differences are between bowling here and bowling on tour, and obviously what they bowl on every week compared to like what we see. So he was able to really learn his equipment a lot better. So I'm hoping that he does it again next year, because he's really good, and the world hasn't really seen what he's capable of yet.
First sign of a little bit of trouble for
Not too much.
Jacob here, but he's all right.
Yeah. David's still striking over there. Same ball, hasn't changed balls. Jacob giving it a run.
Nice.
Oh, makes it. Crowd goes wild. Portez thought he had a glimpse of a break, and it's just gone. That was a crazy thing about this pattern. Sometimes it came off the good, and sometimes it just didn't. It'd be pretty precise out there.
Yeah, he
On the
got that
right
one.
side. On the right side,
Right.
I would say.
Yeah, he got that one going
Yeah.
kind of quick
Yeah.
up the lane.
Yeah. Yeah, and definitely needed to read it early for it to do the right thing.
That would have struck on the first shot.
Yeah, definitely.
Look at the pattern there on the left side of your screen. As Joe Grondin puts another one down.
Brooklyn for Joe.
That match is still.
It's still within Joe's reach. Oh. Yeah, I mean, anything's possible. The Jacob match and Tez is nah.
It's 49 pins between.
Yeah, but the other one. Yeah, good shot there.
Strange just continues.
Yeah.
I don't know if Ari Wilson is watching, but if he is, I did just go to the the Haynes Bowling Supply website, and on the homepage, or in the About section, excuse me, there's a group photo a lot of individuals that I've seen, recognized, talked to, and there's Ari. Like, and it looks like that's Ari from probably, I don't know, 5 years ago, maybe. He looks like Ari fresh out of youth bowl.
Yeah, fresh out of youth bowling.
Oh.
Oh! Jacob's really showing off now. That would have been cool. That would have been cool.
Try harder next time, Jacob.
Almost made that without trying.
Well, he made the 379 during qualifying.
Did he?
Hit off the sidewall.
Okay.
Came kind of slowly rolling back.
Okay.
And barely at the 10 pin before the rack came down.
Nice.
Or the 7 pin.
7
excuse
pin,
me.
yeah. Nice. Sounds like a missed spare there from Joe.
That it was.
Yeah. The sound of a 9 out is pretty. Can't miss it. I mean, so what I feel like David has a pretty good grasp on his match.
Yeah.
I know it's definitely closer than the Cortez Jacob match, but.
Well, you know, David has given no indication that he is going to give up the pocket.
No. Mm-mm.
And because of that, he's going to, you know, essentially a few frames away from really mathematically locking this one up.
Yes, definitely. And then looking to face Jacob in the final. Yeah. Yeah. He's on a mission. Yeah, he's on a
Right of your
mission.
screen. Yep.
I think Tess has enough balls on the rack that he could throw a different ball the rest of the game, every frame.
He is funny.
He is.
Exceptionally talented young man.
Yes.
And again, no stranger to these moments now.
Mm-mm.
Neither is David Haynes. You're just kind of seeing the opposite, right? And it's just solely based on age at the moment. David Haynes, obviously the most experienced player, and I would still even say that, you know, obviously minus the PBA portion.
Yes.
Which, of course, that would belong to Jacob Buttriff in that category regarding experience.
Correct.
But David Haynes has seen a lot. He's been around the best.
Yeah, he's competed worldwide. You know, he knows what it takes to win. I mean, I think he has a good amount of regional titles too. So I mean, he's done a lot of stuff, and he knows how to win. He knows how to bowl.
That's why I get in the chat saying that it was easy to accumulate bowling balls on the rack today. In regards to, I saw that comment on regarding Joe's shoes. Yeah, I didn't see the show. I said 2 shows, actually, 2 shows. Yeah, because he made 2 shows. Because he had to, or maybe it's still the Shawnee show. You guys let me know. But Joe did have to, I heard about it. I didn't see it. But I'm pretty sure this was a nationally televised show. So I think Joe actually did make 2 shows this year. But yeah, he had to cover up the
logos.
The logo on TV. But at the Bradley, Joe was wearing some KDs.
Oh.
And I was like, well, this is my guy. I like Joe to begin with because I watched him at Wichita State.
Yeah.
But he was bowling in KDs. And I'm like, oh, yeah, this is my dude right here.
This is your dude. How old is Joe?
26.
Okay.
Triple check. 25 or 26, barring I don't know when his let's see, let me check his birthday. It doesn't show his birthday. So I cannot confirm.
So we have David, who's the oldest, and then Tez would be the youngest competing left in the Final Four.
And Tez is how old at this point?
22, I want to say. I feel like he's been bowling forever, but I mean he has, but I want to say 22. Oldest 23, but I think it's 22. Yeah. Yeah. He's a baby.
See, so to me, right, Scooby, I appreciate you said the same ones on the show, the KDs. You know, the power of Twitter is very strong. KD is typically on Twitter. Getting into some Twitter beefs. Got some burner accounts out there. But if you see Joe Grondin wearing his shoes on TV, right? It'd be obviously a different way of his shoe being worn, which would be used to be either wearing in the fashion mode or on the basketball court.
Yeah, like, you're like, huh.
And that
I
would,
make bowling shoes now?
well, yeah, I mean, but
Yeah.
you know, I think someone like KD would be like, oh,
Yeah.
he probably would at least watch it.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what I mean?
Correct, yes.
And that's all we're looking for in our sport. Just someone of that magnitude to just watch
To
it.
just, like,
Just
see
catch his
it.
eye.
Just catch his eye. Just notice it. Yeah.
So we got to let the KDs roll.
Maybe those are show shoes.
Perhaps.
I don't know.
He's wearing what looks to be an Air Max.
Yes.
His right shoe here this weekend.
Yeah, his other tennis shoe is his phone holder for his camera.
Yeah, he's been getting some content.
I crossed with him. I said, if you want me to like get a better angle of like a split or something that you think you're gonna pick up, let me know. I'll help you out. So it's not just.
No, I'm a big Joe fan. I really am. He actually asked me. He said, "Is it, you know, I've been getting some content, recording some stuff. Is that okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, you know, as long as you're not streaming."
Yeah.
I'm like, "You're not streaming, are you?" And he's like, "I don't think so." I told him, if you know, no, I was like, I saw you during qualifying. If you, it's fine. If you need something from my video, or whatever, just let me know.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, he was just taking. He said he was trying to get every shot, and I was like, well, every shot in that game's okay.
And Nick, yes, he did one of the earlier CP3 charity events. So yeah, it's a great point. I mean, the connection again.
Yeah.
All it takes is like one touch point.
Yeah, it's just one, and it's just one time. Like.
Hey, KD, Joe Grondin likes wearing your bowling shoes. Or I'm sorry, your shoes.
Your shoes.
To bowl
To
in.
bowl in. Which turn into bowling shoes.
You know.
Just saying.
Can we get Joe
Yeah.
a partnership situation?
So Jacob Butcher took down Tez there, 647 to 538. And
Great bowling today, though, by Cortez.
Tez bowled amazing.
There were a couple
he
matches.
He didn't have any buys. He had no
Correct.
buys. So he's been here since 8 o'clock this morning bowling. So
And there was a match or two to where, you know, it could have gone the other way.
Yeah, he told me one match he had a double on the 10th, I think, to win. So come to get through that and to make it to the Final Four, great bowling, and then also great bowling to Joe Grondin, because looks like, yeah, mathematically David Haynes already won. David Haynes 625, and just depending on what Joe shoots. But there will be Jacob Buttriff and David Haynes going for the CBE 10K Classic Championship.
Janet Grondin. Not sure if that's Joe's mom. If so, hello to Mom.
Hi, thanks
She
for
did
watching.
Confirm that Joe is 25 years old.
Thank you for confirming that. I love when the people help us out with the correct information. Jill finishing up here.
Marlon, I actually think I might remember that. My man Joe.
You're bowling, Joe.
Great bowling indeed. Nice run today.
Yes, definitely. I wonder if he's kind of kicking himself because then he went back to that stealth ball.
All
In the 10th
right,
frame.
that wraps up our round of
So maybe but that takes out the what if
Right.
factor.
Right.
Defeats your
So
25 seed Cortez
yeah,
Shank,
definitely.
who was trying to make a run from the first round. And in our other match, your 4 seed David Haynes defeats your 5 seed Joe Grondin. You will have your 3 seed Jacob Buttriff against your 4 seed David Haynes for the title in $10,000.
Ooh. I think it's going to be a good match.
You guys will be on 5 and 6. You guys will get 2 shots on each lane.
Do you ever just want to like take the money and like fan it, you know, like in the air?
The money?
Like just, you
Oh,
know.
for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I've never done it, but I think it'd be cool.
You've never done it.
I've never done it.
Well.
I'm just saying, I think, because then I have, because here's my thing is, I don't like mess.
Oh.
So I have to clean it up.
Oh, good Lord. I mean, it's your money.
I know. I know. It's all good though. So it's gonna be a fun match. But I'm gonna put a party pooper on your thing is that I'm not gonna be able to stay for the finals.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I would love to stay, but I do need to go home.
We understand.
Yeah, and I've enjoyed the last 2 rounds. I had a great time. So maybe Theo,
he will be back.
the man who's in charge of this and put this together, should be the one in here doing this.
He will take it home.
He will take it home because he's the one that brought it to us.
He's going to write some checks, and I know he will join us here shortly.
Yes. So
thanks, Bree.
Thank you for having me, and thank you guys for listening. And I hope you guys enjoy this last match.
Safe travels home, and I'll see you in Houston.
In Houston.
Right.
That's right. Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's Brianna Cote. To make one more small adjustment. And then I'll be right back with you as well. Back in a moment here on Bowl Stream TV.
Yep, I need to go home now.
Dogs are waiting for you.
Yeah, I'm ready. You know, that guy. Good bowling.
2.
Tough format, though.
It's a good one.
It's a good format, but it's tough. Yeah. All right, let's see what the...
Yeah. See you then. You too. I'm not sure what the price for the he's going to be back. That's for this. That's straight to sit down. No one's going to be talking about that. team. Yeah, you did. I kick you out of seat here.
Well, yeah, last year I bowled against Darren and on 1 and 2. I mean, it was close because it was brutal. It was whoever shot 550 or higher, basically. But yeah, it came down to the 10th frame of the thing, game 3.
All right, the finals are upon us. Just like that, we just watched David Haynes just kind of cruise for a little bit here. And now the first shot, final match, 10K on the line. Now some trouble here on lanes 5, specifically lane 5. But our pair course 5 and 6. The bump card referring to the PBA, PWBA striking against breast cancer mixed doubles, also known as the Lucy doubles, and by Donna Connors and Carol Norman, 2 wonderful people and Hall of Famers. Always a fun event. This will be my first time actually seeing it in person. I'll be there with Bull TV that week. Jacob Buttriff. Let's see. Let me go back and because he had two buys today, which means that this is his 3rd match or 4th.
I think 3rd, because he would have came in the round of 16.
So he bowled Dylan Taylor, and then why did that seem wrong? Where's my info? Where's my sheet? Oh, all right, get out of there.
This would be his. So he bowled Dylan Taylor in the 3rd round. And then he bowled Andrew Kane. That's the one.
Taylor, Kane, Shank, and then now finals.
Yes. And Haynes had Anthony Chin, Bob Wiley, and Joe Grondin.
Well, Theo, we made it. Oh, you made it.
We're almost there.
You made it.
Same for you.
Yeah, I'm used to it. This is what we do. But you as a tournament director made it to the finals. 10K, a new champ this year.
2 great competitors. Two stand-up guys. Looking forward to this match. I do hope this match is a little closer than last year's, though.
I think it would be. You know, last year Darren Tang just he just had a look, right? He just had it. Once he got, I was just talking to Michael about this. Once he got off 1 and 2, and that lower scoring match between those two, once that happened, you know, he was like 680, 7-0.
Yeah.
But both of these players here, and Rustin Bowl, and leading up to the finals, Rustin Bowl, in fact, he bowled great.
Right.
And just didn't have a good look on, was it the same pair?
This is where we bowled last year, yes. The round of 4 was 7 through 10 last year as well.
It's a good shot of that 10 pin being kicked out.
I think as a director, the bonus of this match, I don't have to ship the trophy anywhere.
That saves money. That's
Yes.
that's important.
And it's heavy. Again, your winner today will take home $10,000, and your runner-up will take home $5,000. It's not too bad for taking second and getting $5 grand. However, I'm sure both these guys would love to get the 10 grand and the trophy. And of course, none of this would be possible with the support system, all the sponsors that stepped up this year, helped us out. There was many of them, and we hope to have more on board next year.
In case anyone did not answer that question earlier about format, same format applies to the championship match. 3 games, total pins.
Total pin, correct. If Cortez would have made the final, he would have been bowling 18 games total today.
He was the last one remaining.
Yes.
From those who had started at 8 a.m. this morning. Hello, Dylan Taylor. I did have that question mentally in my head, Dylan, not gonna lie to you. They split it up. There is a poll question out there too, folks. It's at the top of the chat. A simple who you got. David Haynes or Jacob Buttriff?
Did anybody put betting odds on it?
Now we could have though. Buttriff just looks to be obviously in the zone. Same look, same rhythm that he had against Cortez. Even from the start, and Dylan Taylor's in the chat. You know, John Verbal was watching Dylan bowl against Jacob, and said, you know, Jacob came in with his striking shoes on this morning.
Yes.
And I think he even quoted Dylan to a degree, paraphrasing something to the regard of, you know, not much you can do except enjoy the show.
Yeah. I think last year he had a somewhat early exit. I think he went a couple rounds, but he got in through the Desperado last year.
Yeah, it was an interesting way to get there. And if I recall, like we were talking about this earlier, he had a bit of an early exit. And it was kind of, I think, unexpected the way it went down.
Mm-hmm.
Last year in the Final Four was Simo, Anthony Simonson, Russ Oviatt, Darren Tang,
and Michael Haugen.
Michael Haugen Jr. Charlie Price, good to see you again bowling out there. Charlie says a big shout out to you, Theo, for all of your hard work putting on these events in the Valley for all of us to be able to come out and compete. A class act.
Appreciate the kind words, Charlie. Charlie was our senior check winner this year, as he was last year. We're going to call it the Charlie Price check from now on.
That works.
No. Couldn't get the messenger to do its job.
Appreciate all of the viewership. Make sure you hit the thumbs up, please, if you don't mind, and subscribe if you have not already. David Haynes. Max score now this game 2-1-0. Grab 7. Opportunity at 270 is no more, but you know, we all know, we saw it today multiple times, how 3-game matches can be difficult to gauge. So when you watch either a game or 2 games and you know one player seems to certainly be in the advantage, you get to that game 3 and all of a sudden that player's ball reaction becomes suspect. And it happened multiple times today. It happens in every 3-game total pinfall match.
Yes.
So,
well, for example, in David Haynes' round of 8 match against Bob Wiley.
Yep, you're right. Yes.
David was up by what, almost 60?
It was 60 plus. I think it was 61. Ended up being Wiley needed to, well, he started with the front 5 or 6, if I recall. But ultimately, he was in a position to strike the first one in the 10th to advance, speaking of Bob Wiley. And unfortunately left a Greek church.
Yeah. But it's just crazy. You'd think going into game 3, 60 down, you're done. But
well, I mean, this is one of those examples, right? This looked like it was going to be 270 plus for Buttriff. Opens in the 10th. And now David Haynes got a chance to strike out and have this deficit into game 2, just 20.
Right.
Dang, it's late 7-9 though.
Gets the double. He can cut this deficit, as Emil said, down to 20 going into game 2. But it did look like it was going to be a much bigger deficit. .230 to 207. Again, and it can change just in one frame. And now Buttriff just has to get back to what he was doing before.
I've never been in this format, so I cannot speak to the level of patience one must really have to not get out in front or ahead of yourself, especially if you get out in front in the match, right? Especially if the swing is loose, and it you know, you haven't had a lot of opportunities during qualifying for you to really get loose and feel good, and then you get out to a nice lead, and then all of a sudden, you know, trouble could strike, if you will.
Right. Well, and you just don't want to get too comfortable. You know, these guys are all really, really good. And if you give an opportunity, they're going to jump on it.
Did not like that one whatsoever. Take a look at that one a little bit up close to 157.
Catch you later. Nice to see you, Theo.
See if he'll make this one.
He's got a chance.
No.
Routine spare.
Taylor. LOTD indeed. Haynes. Right back at him. So walk off the approach there. Look at Jacob Buttriff.
I think Dylan's getting ready for his flight to Reno.
Oh, okay. OC time.
Yep. He bowls tomorrow. Jacob bowls tomorrow.
How about that? Are they in the same squad?
They are.
Okay.
I don't think they're part of the same group, but they are on the same team squad. Reno, my favorite place.
I still don't understand it. I don't understand, folks, how Theo does not like the stadium.
No, I bowled junior gold there in 2001. It was my first gold. And they had twister pins back then. And I knew we were going to have a hate-hate relationship when I went high flush Greek church.
I was going to say, well, it didn't start well. I mean,
Nope.
yeah, no one wants twisters. It's not what you're looking for.
No.
That's a good break.
I think Jacob switched balls, it looks like.
Yes, we just had a nice question about what he was throwing. Jason P, though, appreciate you tuning in. If you haven't already, hit that thumbs up for us. And subscribe to Bowlstream TV. David Haynes push. Bang. Knock, knock, Theo.
He's knocking.
The door of opportunity is opening for one David Haynes.
You can certainly apply some more pressure with a big shot here.
A little double dribble. Oh, it won't matter. lefty entry angle here. Oh boy. Folks, again, I mean, this is what you get in a 3-game total pinfall match. There's too many games for you know, not to have the potential of some things to start shifting, especially momentum.
And I mean, it's looking like the momentum switching, but with a whole game and a half, it can still swing back. You just don't know.
Just trying to get a look at what ball Jacob is throwing, but I'm gonna guess it's somewhat old. It's hard to detect the label.
It's a black hammer.
Thank you. Wow. Well, Jacob's got a little work to do, obviously. He's got a chance.
Giving a run? No.
Back-to-back opens, and now in the last 6 frames, 3 opens, no strikes. 3 splits. Well, one was the super washout, 10th frame, right?
Yes.
Haynes back on it. Oh. High flush 7 remains. Whew. Jacob off camera went down behind lanes 9 and 10 to have himself a seat.
And see, that was a big shot. If he gets that, he's up by 50.
Heat has changed just like that. I wonder if people are changing their votes in the Who You Got poll. It was 81% in favor of Jacob Buttriff. Oh, that's good there. Oh, wow.
And there you go.
Thought that one was solid right off the hand.
Looks like David came back and made some notes right after that shot.
Haynes opens in the 6th frame, 126. Hook, hook. There it is.
Jacob couldn't get a double here. That's the momentum swing again. We've seen a lot in this game.
Let's see if this works. It's a weird. No, I won't try it that time. Okay. All right.
That worked. Big double.
feel like that's just the experience right there showing up for Buttroff. Right, back-to-back opens. You know your opponent is feeling pretty good, understands what he wants to do in the lanes. It's clearly working for him. And he comes back and throws a double. And he anticipated David Haynes would strike here in the 7th, 100%.
Oh, absolutely. But he gave him that chance, so he jumped back in there. That double was huge.
Nice crowd on hand here at Lakeview Lanes.
Yeah. It was a little amped. Just my main thing is how I get it through the front. Like I can't grab it, I just push it right there. And I got that giant shim that was
Getting a nice, decent amount of intel. Listen to David Haynes talk to Michael Fitzgerald. Said it's just really all about how he gets it through the front part of the lane. Feels like he's got a little shim as well. Big 3-bagger. Even better than the prior 3. Just like that, Buttroff making this one. David thinking about it ever so slightly.
We're going to have an exciting game 3. Oh,
Stone Cold 9.
I think last year at no fault to Russ, but Darren pretty much had a victory lap for game 3. We're not going to be in that spot this year.
A 23-pin lead after game 1 for Jacob Buttroff.
Can we just speak into fruition another tie?
Well, we did it yesterday. Probably the day before that, too. See that one for David. He will tap that foot. He'll be like, no, that was not the one. So now looking at a game of just the 2 teens. Buttroff can double 9 to get him to 220. Of course, punch out would get him to 221.
Yeah, this game looked like it was going to be David taking the lead. But Jacob with 3 spares and then back-to-back split opens.
That's the ultimate response.
G12, he's at 419 after 2.
Right lane, he's got that light mixer carry.
That's just Butters being Butters.
You bowled against him at all? No, what's the age difference? I'm sure there was a few years, but did you ever bowl against him a ton or no?
Who, Jacob?
Yeah.
No. I was out of youth by the time that he was bowling stuff.
Are we that old? Oh!
I mean, I'm 36.
Yeah, you could have. Youth stuff, yeah.
I think I was coming out of JBT when he was entering. The first time I ever saw him bowl was at a JBT TOC, and I watched him. And I said, "There's no way this kid can do anything. He's going to be injured by the time he's 20." And then I found out he was double jointing his wrist. I said, "Oh, we're in trouble." All right, Jacob extends his lead just a little bit going into game 3. Jacob's at 447 and David is at 419. So Jacob's got a 28-pin lead going into game 3. Anything is certainly still possible.
David checking the approaches. He has his times before he begins. Triple jointed according to Jordan Asper.
Oh boy.
A lot of similarities from a Team USA perspective with Buttrick and Haynes. A lot of success internationally in gold medals. Jacob and David have won some big time team gold medals. Jacob's also won the World Cup.
They are both certainly no strangers to success.
Eight PBA titles, got a major. Forgot his regional title total, but I think it's 27.
Yeah, it's some astronomical number. I think he holds the record for the most titles, regional titles in a season.
The voice you hear, met a gentleman by the name of Kenny, who lives just down the way here, a couple miles in Peoria. It's actually from the Chicagoland area, I learned. We were talking the other day. Used to bowl a ton, now bowls every now and then a little bit. But he's been here these last couple of days, taking in this action. And what you guys have brought to this community, this level of play. Many are very appreciative of that.
And we still have a lot of the community members sticking around watching this final.
Not the easiest of spares at this point. Would you rather shoot right now? 1, 2, 4, 7, or the lefty version of it, or super washout?
I would definitely take the 1-3-6-10. Anything except for a 2-4 or a 2-4-7 I would take.
Made a nice little slight move there. Good shot. Well, loft. Oh my. And now 5 through the middle there for Jacob. Again, his lead 28 pins entering this game.
Allison, my better half, is watching and texted me and said, don't talk about ties.
It's got a chance.
Oh. I think the family's ready for me to be home after the weekend.
Well, I can speak to that. Your drive is a little shorter than mine.
Just a little bit.
Although if you catch every red light, it's not.
My drive today, there was more traffic, and I caught only like 2 red lights. Yesterday, there was 0 traffic, and I caught every red light.
Again, hit that thumbs up, folks. Subscribe to Bullstream TV if you have not. Take this good opportunity to thank the sponsors here, Yates Buick GMC, Oasis Pet Grooming. Shout out to Jen Mayer, who joined me yesterday. Talked about the business. Expansion is coming very quickly.
My pups are going to see her tomorrow.
How about that?
They're a couple stinky little mops right now.
David's Desert Chapel, 10 Back Bowling Solutions, Ramsey Auto Center, Brunswick, Apparel EFX, Chuck's Painting, and True Amateur Tournaments, Desert Southwest. And crossing over there, David Haynes certainly did not like that one. Appreciate you, Carl Ong, by the way. The Agent Ong Open coming up in October 19th through the 22nd. That's CBE event too. It's part of that schedule. It's a major. Double points, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Carl suckered me into that one. Be another long weekend.
And the Cliff Castle Classic. The Tat Cliff Castle Classic. John Verbal is watching. I got it down packed this time, John. Again, Tat Desert Southwest, one of the sponsors here of this event. That one's going to take place October 6th through the 8th. And Arizona as well. All right, David Haynes striking the 5th. $10,000 on the line, folks, if you are just joining us. This is the championship match. 3 games total pinfall. Jacob Buttroff, 447 after 2 games. David Haynes, 419 after 2 games. Advantage Buttroff after 2. That's got a hook. It will in the light mixer again on the right lane.
I've watched this ball strike so many times, but there's no way I've seen that hit already.
I've seen this show a few times.
Haynes is back here laughing about it.
He's a really good dude, too. For a double. Bang.
He tells me yesterday during his qualifying block, he says, Theo, I enjoy bowling your tournaments. They're always torture.
Well, the fact that he prefaced it by saying he enjoyed it is somewhat of a compliment.
Yes. I'm like, how do I take that? David's going to step up here and see if he can get a break. He's a Brooklyn 9-pin.
Let's read the first 10 way too much.
Should be a routine spare. David's pretty solid with his spare shooting. In this game alone, it looks like Jacob's got a 10-pin lead.
It's gonna move over there, I guess. I must be reading before I can see it, because I thought I stayed with that one okay, and that sucker was left at 15 feet.
David Haynes will be perfect to be mic'd up right now.
Oh, absolutely.
But we're getting a lot of it.
Yeah.
Actually, by being here. But he's kind of breaking down what he's seen. And I'm giving you bits and pieces of it. This right lane is solid.
We ought to get him mic'd up next year.
It's weird.
Could be interesting.
Rihanna Cote and I were talking about Cortez.
Oh, entertainment.
I've been trying to decipher what he's been saying all day long when he comes back.
In one of his matches, it wasn't going his way for a little bit. And I looked at his girlfriend and I said, Cortez fryouts are one of my favorite. It just fires him up. Yeah, Jacob with the 4-bagger.
Big exclaim right there, as you saw. Haynes, that need position.
All right.
It's the 10 out. It's going to get to 236, but Buttriff is going to finish first.
That
Left
one looks
lane.
good.
Oh, gosh. Wow. And that one is going to simmer and sting for far too long, perhaps. Off the right hand of David Haynes.
I don't think you could throw it any better than that one.
My goodness. Brings that max now to 215. Buttriff still with 246 out there. Already had a 28-pin advantage.
Yeah. He's going to be stepping up in the 10th with a victory lap. Looks like.
He's got the best spirit for someone who is on the other side of this thing. Speaking of David Haynes.
No, seriously, I bowled way less range than
All right, Jacob's taking his victory lap here.
Yeah, he just wanted to make sure folks could get one more opportunity at him here. Nice job here. David Haynes will kind of speed it up. Jacob Buttriff. Keep the title in Arizona.
Yes, he does.
Second annual CBE 10K Cactus Classic champion. .669, the official tally.
Way to save your energy.
612 for David Haynes.
All right, I'm going to go present these guys.
Thank you, Theo. Brief trophy presentation. We'll try to talk to Mr. Buttroff as well.
2023 second annual CBE Cactus Classic champion, Jacob Buttroff. Make sure we don't drop this on the approach. From myself, the director, I would like to thank Lakeview Lanes for hosting us all weekend. It's much appreciated for allowing us in your guys' beautiful center all weekend. I'm going to hand it over to Jacob, your second annual Cactus Classic champion, adding his name to Darren Ting, who was our inaugural champion.
Oh.
Just want to say thank you guys for everybody coming out. I'm gonna try to keep this short because this trophy is pretty heavy. So, just again, thank you to everybody that came out today. The support here in bowling is always amazing. Thank you to my sponsors, Columbia 300, Coolwig, Virtue Bowling, Ace Bowlerex, Coolwig. Just it's amazing, and like I said, I can't thank you guys enough for coming out, and wish you all the best.
You too, bud.
I'm going to get Jacob real quick.
Hey, thank you so much.
On the fly. There we go. All right, bud. Can you hear me? All right. I know you can't yet. Well, I know you can't speak yet, but I just wanted to make sure you heard me. Look at Michael Fitzgerald. Too hot. Perfect, though. Jacob, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
My man, congratulations. Another opportunity, another great situation there for you. First and foremost, describe the win and what it means for you, especially to win it right here in Arizona.
It's a great win to win when you're not that far away from home, where you actually can drive instead of having to fly everywhere, which is ironic because I actually fly out tonight to go to the Nationals for my crew tomorrow. So just this win's special. There's been a lot of family. There's a close friend of mine. She just developed some issues, and unfortunately, she's going to be fighting a battle that everybody knows that I unfortunately have to deal with. But I think this is just about as special as it can be, and I can't thank everybody for all the staffing here, the support from all my sponsors, you guys being here for Bullstream TV, and just the amount of support that we got this week. It was very special.
The opportunity to always compete, I know, is important for you. To do it in Arizona, which, and I don't know how many times you get a chance to compete often. You spend a lot of time on tour, but what has this state meant to you? I know you weren't born here, but this is home now. So what does it mean to be here in your home state?
It's always going to be special. This is where I basically started when I became an adult. So I think it was definitely the tip of the hat whenever you can win in your home state.
When you think about the opponents that you had to go through today, and many of them, all of them actually, were capable of winning this tournament. Ultimately, what did it boil down to for you on the lanes to come away with this victory?
in a tournament where it's this big and you have all the like the talent that came out here, especially with a grueling pattern, you just never know how someone else is going to bowl. They're hard. I just had to go and stick with my same game plan like I do for most tournaments, and I didn't have any early opponents, but I stuck with my strategy and just try to keep the foot down as long as I can until I feel like I force them to feel like they're shut out.
I am curious, and obviously qualifying is qualifying and match play is match play, but this condition was tough throughout. Did you see them similar at all, the way you saw qualifying, and were you able to kind of set up things to a degree for match play?
They were they were definitely trickier, I feel like, for the most part, but when you're on the same pair, instead of having to move pairs every game, it's just a matter of trying to set up your own strategy to where you feel like you can get the most comfortable. And for me, I was able to do a trick that I know not a lot of people can do. So I was fortunate enough that it paid off, and here we are.
10K certainly in the bank. And again, where does this title for you rank? You know, and you've won obviously at the highest of highs, the highest levels. But where does this one rank for you right now?
Especially because it's there in Arizona, it's definitely a top 5 moment. And like I said, when I always bowl for the passion of something. And for me, it's always winning. It's the support I get from all friends and family. And so I'm going to take the trophy home and enjoy it.
Jacob, congratulations, my friend. Great to see you as always. And what's next, by the way?
I literally get on the plane tonight and I go. I hopped right to nationals. So
Open Championships.
Absolutely. So I bowl tomorrow. I know a lot of Arizona crews actually going out to bowl too. So just gotta go out there and give it my run for nationals this year.
All right. I think I'll see you in Houston for the Lucy.
All right. Perfect, Emil. Thank you so much for all the work.
You're welcome. Thank you. Congrats.
Thank you.
That is Jacob Butcher, folks, the winner of the second annual $10,000 CBE Cactus Classic. What a moment for Mr. Butcher. What a moment for the state of Arizona. One of Arizona's finest. Keeps the title and the trophy right here at home in Arizona. What a great event. Big thanks to all of our sponsors, many of them on your screen right now. I want to thank certainly Theo Duthay. All of his hard work, dedication to putting on this event. And now not only has he done it one time, but he has done it twice. And hopefully this will be certainly one that's always on the calendars and the schedules of everyone. Great opportunity to come out to the Metro Phoenix area and support certainly the local community. Speaking of that, thank you to the local community here at Lakeview Lanes in Sun City, Arizona, sharing their space, if you will, for the weekend. They had a nice pro-am. Friday began actual competition with qualifying at noon, then a pro-am at night. We had 3 full 8-game squads yesterday, including a Desperado squad to follow at the end of the last night, and then a 32-player match play bracket here this afternoon, culminating in a David Haynes Jacob Butcher championship match, won by one Jacob Butcher. So again, thank you to Lakeview Lanes. Thank you to this community here in Sun City, Arizona. Thank you to Mike Dermeyer, a phenomenal individual, a great director of bowling, handles things at a subpar, not a subpar, a superb level. He's going to have fun with that. At a superb level for everyone involved here at Lakeview Lanes. We thank him for all that he does as well. This was a very fun weekend. I appreciate all of you for hanging out with us throughout qualifying and now into match play. I've got a plane to catch tonight and some, of course, some equipment to break down. Thank you for sharing some time with me and bringing Bowlstream TV into your homes here this weekend. We leave you with we get a quick photo op with the winners, or the winner and the runner-up. Let's see. No, we're done. They already took it. They took the photo already. So for the last time here this weekend, for Theo Duthay, I want to thank Brianna Cote for joining me during the round of 8 today. Congrats to Bree and all the competitors who competed this week. Special shout out again to Chris Lowry tossing 300. I'm sorry, Jason Lowry for tossing 300. Jason Mike Lowry specifically. 300 yesterday, and all of the wonderful competitors who competed this week. Until next time, for Bowlstream TV, the next event you will have will be in August at the New Mexico Open, August 18th through the 20th, Rio Rancho, New Mexico. make sure you have subscribed so you can get all the notifications when we go live in August. Until then, I will see you soon. This has been a presentation of the 2023 second annual CBE 10K Cactus Classic. You watched it live and only on Bowl Stream TV. Good night, folks. Enjoy the rest of your day.